Sorry, guys. Sorry, nobody that's there. Okay, so I don't even know how I got to CNN News. Trying to get to my channel so I can get my live going. And then get to drawing again. Finish my Pop-Tart. My Trader Joe's Pop-Tart. Okay. What's going on? Publishing in transit, world poetry. Just to open up a new window. Where's oh, I missed it, huh? Alright, guys. We back up in this piece. Oh, my coffee's gone. Oh. Dang it. Alright, so what were we working on? Oh yeah, we were working on, oops. Were we erasing? I think we were erasing, but oh, how do I say that? Raisa? Did I get it? Kitchen shovel? Fellow Procreate user, how's it going? Kitchen shovel and Raisa. Shoot, wrong layer. I'm assuming I'm on the wrong layer. Yes, I am on the wrong layer. I'm so good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming through in the chat and saying hello and what's up. I hope y'all are having a good day or evening. We are just trying to keep this going because we need to finish. Thank you for the emotes too. I appreciate it. Somewhere there is a squiggly mark. There is a squiggly mark. Not sure. How is that coming through? Oh, is this because it's... Duh, that's why. Still don't understand. How is that? Is this... This is weird. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Oh, because I probably chopped some of that out. Let's turn this off. See what got chopped out? Nothing? Okay, somehow there was some weirdness going on here. Let's see, whoops. Yeah, why is that showing? This is weird. This is the layer underneath. This is the color. How is that line appearing there when this shape is supposed to be solid? Somehow. Do you do this when you were small? Yeah, I've been drawing since I was very small, very young. Developed my skill over many decades. It's a lot of decades of drawing. I still have a lot to learn though, but I scrape by somehow. I scrape by. Oops. I enjoy it. It's fun. I enjoy drawing. I used to copy stuff all the time. Used to copy things I was interested in, like try to copy them down to the minutest detail. Somewhere something's missing. Wait, this is weird. This should be. Hold up. Hold up. Whoops. That shouldn't be erasing. That should be adding. Okay, somewhere, some of these areas I gotta get rid of. They are not necessary to this. So I'm gonna do a little asset management. Try to clean up some of this stuff. This type of stuff I don't need to be fooling around with, but oh, I need to turn my heater on. Got no coffee. I gotta drink this water. There's some stuff that's turned off here. There we go. Everybody's all done. Who is Art Chad? All right, Paul. Let's see you talk down to Art Chad.
Coding is the most beautiful euphemism Gen Z has ever created.
That's right.
The goal is always maximum possible reach.
True.
Everything is now pornographic, but nothing is erotic.
Good point. Now, explain the difference.
Erotic is hard work and tension.
To sum up this guy's point, it's the difference between something that has some substance and something that's about immediate gratification.
There is no need for a painting like Trenches on the 3rd of May, 1808, when every soldier on every side of every conflict has a body camera.
There's no need for paintings about war because there's body cameras. And body cameras give you instant gratification and it's porn, attention grabbing. But what's behind what he's saying there? In what way was painting about war some kind of a need?
This is the Alexander mosaic. The mosaic depicts the Battle of Isis, which took place in 333 BC. War in history. Dates. That's all autistic data points that don't actually matter to anything. Why does this mosaic exist? The Romans basically copied the entirety of Greek culture because they had an inferiority complex with Greeks. They're like, wow, Alexander the Great, that represents the Romans. That represents the Roman spirits. We love Alexander the Great. And he won this war even though he's outnumbered and he's hot and he's stoic. And the Romans see this, they're like, yeah, I love myself. I'm not being Roman.
So, self-celebratory propaganda.
It's not propaganda like, convincing you of a specific idea or ideology. It's propaganda like you look at it and you think, hell yeah, I'm awesome.
So, self-celebration, as if we're wonderful, as if we're the gods. And yet,
The average person sees their interests reflected back at them in art that was made by them for them.
so social relevance, something that's larger than ourselves.
As soon as the French were out of Spain, Goya, still being the court painter, asks the provisional government if he can make a painting to memorialize all the people that lost their lives during the occupation.
Apparently, art was only for the aristocrats, and then at a certain time it got to be for the common people too, so he's explaining this.
Goya goes on to paint one of the hardest fucking paintings of all time. This is the painting that ushers in modern art as a concept.
Okay, the old stuff was, I'm great. Now, what's the modern stuff?
Now that war and tragedy was all encompassing, everyone was getting killed. 3rd of May, 1808. There was a strong need for the average person to be reflected in artwork that was commenting on culture and tragedy.
Before it was just self-gratification. Now there is a need.
Art is both created for the average person and exhibited for the average person. For that, we have to look at dicks.
No, we don't.
Auto dicks.
Art has purpose.
This is the primary purpose of art during times of trouble. Art doesn't stop wars, save lives, or change minds. But that wasn't always the case. Art literally used to change minds. Art used to forge history. Art used to be the primary medium for which the public understood the realities of war and the realities of tragedy.
But I thought he just explained that art used to be just for the elites and their self-gratification, and it didn't explain anything to anybody.
All the ways that art matters, all the ways that art has changed the world and forged history.
So now art is forging history.
At this point in history, there is no artist.
Okay, the old aristocratic art that was self-glorification, then the modern art that was somehow relevant to everybody and everybody getting wiped out in these wars. And meanwhile, all of it was forging history and so on. And now there's something else going on, some other kind of art, some new things.
There are no artists ideologically driven, toiling away, trying to tread new psychic ground.
Art was not just forging history, it was also treading new psychic grounds.
Artists are tradesmen, the same way like a roofer or a bricklayer is a tradesman.
Bricklayers forge new psychic grounds. This guy is a little bit all over the place. Anyway, art used to be,
For the people, by the people.
but then
Starts to get weird. Art starts to become idiosyncratic. Nothing makes sense anymore. There is no God, there is no truth, there is no promise, there is nothing tying humanity together. Art no longer reflects the real world, it just reflects itself.
in other words, in the way that he explained that the Romans used art to have a glorified reflection of themselves, today's artists idiosyncratically reflect a glorious image of themselves as a transcendental elite.
So we could make art that is actually artistically revolutionary and no longer derivative.
Sounds good? How do we do that?
Stop pretending that you're making art for some higher purpose. I want you to stop pretending that art matters in the way it used to.
Okay, so how did art used to matter? To the Romans, it was a way of glorifying themselves. So it mattered because it flattered their vanity. And then in modern art, it counted because it was socially relevant. It fulfilled a need. It forged history. And also, the old art was supposed to forge history too. And it was also supposed to tread new psychic ground. So all of that's out. And yet,
We could make art that is actually artistically revolutionary and no longer derivative.
so now the idea is to be artistically revolutionary.
Oh, what the?
Art Chad means
Ah.
well. But what he's saying is that you have to be original. And saying that is the thing that has destroyed art. The whole story of art that he's given, that in the old times it was to flatter the Romans, and then there was the modern times, the rise of the middle class and so on, and everybody's getting killed in wars. This whole rigmarole that he goes through, which is rather incoherent.
Why does this mosaic exist? The Romans basically copied the entirety of Greek culture, and the Romans see this, they're like, yeah, I love myself.
And at the same time,
Art used to forge history. Art used to be the primary medium for which the public understood the realities of war and the realities of tragedy.
but the point of it is, the basic point is that there are these historical changes. It doesn't really matter what those changes actually are. The deep essence, the meaning, the purpose, the nature of art is evolving over history. Poor Art Chad sees that we're in this ridiculous situation. He's a young guy. He's been sunk in this situation his whole life. I'm old enough to remember a time when it wasn't quite so bad. He's looking for a way out of it. And what is the answer he's giving? The answer he's giving is the very thing that has plunged us into this. You've got to be original. You've got to do something different. You've got to do something else. So he's gotten far enough to see that this whole business of making art into something political, which is what happened to art, it became pure content. I mean, there was always political messages in art, so. But in the 80s, with conceptual art, art became about nothing but content. In other words, the message. Now, here's a painting from probably the 1840s. This is by Eugene Boudin, who was Monet's teacher. So Boudin was doing what later was called Impressionist art before the word Impressionism was even invented. Now, what social purpose this
We
painting
cut
serves,
into
I don't
this bit.
but Boudin was a wonderful painter, and I love to watch sunsets. And this painting talks about sunsets, it talks about the sea, it talks about the sky. And what is that? Is that something we need? Is that something that's changing history? Well, it's maybe not something we need, and it's not changing history, certainly, but it's something that's very human, that's part of life. And there's no reason that art today can't continue to be what it always was. The only historical change that came over art, and I explain this in my book, is that things got all screwed up and people decided that art always had to be something new, that it had to participate in this historical evolution, this social evolution, and ultimately this is this Hegelian Marxist idea that history is this progressive thing. And what is that really?
Hey,
Well,
I just
it's
erased that.
really
What are you doing?
a transfer of a religious idea, the idea that the world has a beginning and it's going to go through this drama, and at the end of this drama where people are going to do bad things and good things, God is going to come and judge the world, and it's going to be destroyed, and then whatever's going to happen. It's a transfer of that Christian idea onto the philosophical plane, and with the result that humans are trying to reify this thing. In other words, we're going to impose utopia on the world. Things have got to change. All this injustice, all this violence, all this misery, we have to change it. We have to save the world. We are saviors. We are God.
Whoops.
Except we aren't saviors. We aren't God. We are what we are. The world is what it is. And this obsession with how we're destroying the world, in other words, it's a transfer of the end of time, the apocalypse. Now it's caused by man, just as man is going to create this wonderful utopia which is going to save us all. And nobody's going to stub their toe anymore, and everybody's going to live forever. There have been a lot of styles, but there's been no historical evolution of art. Painting is the same thing it was 3,000 years ago. The only thing that's changed is this crazy idea has taken such hold of us that we have destroyed art as a social reality, as something important to society. These ideas have made real art a social impossibility, if you will. So what's the solution? The solution is for painters to make good paintings.
Just make art. Just make art. And try to make good paintings.
What is Damien's point? Does he even have one? Okay, roll the intro. Stop whining and complaining.
Get Paltalk down too, bitch.
Get the Paltalk down to beach.
I got into all this because I don't like how very limited classical realist artists try to get young artists into a victim mentality with the idea that it's the government that has wrecked art and only the government that can save art, and holding up Hitler's Germany as the last great outpost of Western classical art and looking to that as a model to follow. If you don't want to take my word for all this, you can go to Twitter and look at all the posts. But yesterday I took another stab at it, and here's what happened. According to Damien, it's the United States Army and the government that has killed classical art. But yesterday, looking for something else, I stumbled on this guy. He was born in 1961, and among the organizations that have been commissioning work for him is the State Department and West Point Military Academy. So I asked Damien and Artie, if the U.S. government plotted to destroy classical art in 1945, how do you explain this? Either the CIA and the U.S. Army failed, or no official effort was ever made to destroy classical art and promote degeneracy. I am not disputing that degeneracy has taken over the art world. It obviously has. But the U.S. government and Army have nothing to do with that. It is an unfortunate social development for which artists and fake artists are primarily responsible. Not only the Department of State, but West Point have been commissioning this guy. Classical art may be a minority taste, but that part of U.S. federal officialdom responsible for foreign policy seems to be part of that minority. Government culture services are another story, but they are recruited from civil society. Society has corrupted itself.
Okay, so
U.S.
there
foreign
is
policy, if anything, has stood by classicism in art. But this stand has and will not save art. Only artists can do that. Damien replied, an unfortunate aspect of this debate is that Damien doesn't express himself well. The reason for that is that he's not very clear about what he's talking about. So here it is. He's long-winded and unclear, but here it is. You
He's
keep
trying.
making the same
He's trying.
mistake, failing to grab the actual argument. Your premise statement is false because it oversimplifies state influence with ambitious cultural Marxists within the same milieu, bad actors at the periphery, as well as well-meaning but misguided individuals. You are still under the false premise that historical sequences which appear linear must have single causes, e.g., the U.S. government created abstract art, an argument which I never put forth. Whereas the correct view is that historical events have immediate and underlying causes at the exact same time. When multiple interests gather, things happen. You also keep using degeneracy loosely. It has a very specific meaning which we have discussed before, but you keep evading engaging with the actual argument. Right now, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I tried to state back to Damien the things he had made clear to me about his position. You claim there was deliberate U.S. policy affected by the U.S. Army and the CIA beginning in 1945 to destroy classical art and promote degeneracy. And that is why today officially
Come on, I'm
promoted
trying to
art
select the color.
is degenerate. Emin, Hearst, Koons, etc. Is this not your contention? This, Paul, is a simulacrum, a straw man. You are oversimplifying the causal relatedness between the key players here, while missing entirely others elsewhere, namely dealers, critics, intellectuals, collectors. And I replied, I'm not exactly an idiot, so maybe you're not explaining yourself well. So, you are not saying the U.S. Army and CIA destroyed classical German art and deliberately promoted degenerate free art in order to quash Nazism, which was the last protector of classical art? And Damien said, you are playing like you are the idiot. I have repeatedly explained and posted sources. Because you have Mr. Magoo myopia and ego problems, you simply sidestep those sources and keep reframing the argument to suit the established narrative. Reevaluating the period is emergent within the academic field, and there are many people who work hard at this because we have been given a bullshit story for nearly 80 years about why art came to entirely reject beauty and Western culture. And I replied, you are attacking me personally, not saying anything. Do you or do you not contend that the major reason art is now degenerate is because of official interference? Do you not contend that the Nazi regime was the last refuge of classical art? By now, Damien's like a boxer up against the ropes. He's struggling to try to rescue something from these terrible contentions he's been making. He wrote, acting like elements within the U.S. government didn't play a key role at a specific time regarding anti-realism is just flat out false and historically inaccurate. They literally admitted this was the case, but you keep making the mistake that this influence was persistent through the decades and that it was delivered from the highest offices. It wasn't. It was more from expediency than anything else. Remember that the anti-realist agenda came later than denazifying Europe. All the while, you underestimate the role that people play within the art world who weren't artists. You naively think that the artists decided all by themselves, which is literally the result from the mid-century project about free painting. It's literally an ideological product itself. This statement is so confused and contradictory that I suspect he's just trying to throw dust into the eyes of people who are watching this debate. I've tried to interpret it sympathetically, but I responded. I knew about that CIA Pollock, etc. show before you went to art school, so stop strawmanning me. The interest in and move towards abstraction began at the dawn of the 20th century. It was a strictly artistic matter. Critics and so on inevitably became involved, but the painters were the influence on the painters. The critics and eventually officialdom only ever followed. They initiated nothing.
Should I do?
Furthermore, ideas about abstraction, decorative painting were universal, more or less in the heads of all artists, even your classical artists. I tried a final time to resume his position in a way he might agree to.
Excuse me,
The
guys.
United States government played a key
Oh,
role in
moly.
abstraction. Key would mean that it couldn't have happened otherwise. And you deny that abstract painting was a thing before 1950, and that artists did not initiate that movement. The response this elicited was a stream of conscious river of backpedaling and contradictory statements that I can't even get into. You can go to Twitter and see it if you want, but he's reading these crackpot scholars who are talking about Nazi Germany, and they're putting together these little theories based on little bits and pieces of information from here and there. Now, it's not as if there aren't little nuggets of truth in it. That CIA show did happen. It also had zero influence on anything. Anyway, here was the final exchange which took place this morning. I wrote, "The 1960s fatwa on representation, I was a victim, was also imagined, initiated, and effected by artists, with certain critics, like Noah Greenberg, as cheerleaders. I have personally had first-hand witnesses tell me about the plotting which took place in a bar in Greenwich Village among the artists. You yourself work in utter independence of any official pressure, and despite any official hostility towards what you do. I am the victim of official censure in France. They refuse to show my work. So I am fully aware of official interference, but it is the artists who count." And Damien replies, "At least you finally made clear what we here have always implicitly grasped, which is that you have a victim mindset. If you think I haven't been opposed, pressured, etc. by establishment art people who hate art and ran the art school, then I can just smirk at your presumptive naivete about my struggle. Fuck them. If there is any victim, it is Western society at large. It isn't me, and it certainly isn't you." And I wrote, "I have always pointed out that you are making classical art in spite of the anti-classical artistic situation. It is also a fact that I have been labeled a fascist for my orientation, and now I am denigrated as a degenerate by you. I must be a hero considering what I've done." There is a false narrative about art in the 20th century and how contemporary art got started. And I have set the record straight in my book. It is not true that there is a direct line between neo-Dada and contemporary art and everything that's going on today and the so-called modernists like Manet and Degas and so on, that led straight up to where we are in a smooth line. But it is also
Oops.
not true
We
that
need this layer. Excuse me.
Adolf Hitler was a good guy, and that it's too bad he didn't succeed in what he was doing, and the Germans were just getting a raw deal, and the Americans spoiled everything and destroyed classical art. When the History Channel got going, I think it was in the 1970s, very quickly people started calling it the Hitler Channel. They've made a great mistake by running documentaries about Hitler literally every day for decades. And meanwhile, lying to people about so many things. So I'm not amazed that people like Damien start to think, well, Hitler must have been right, because I myself, as soon as the government says anything, you've got to take this vaccine, and we did this, and you've got to do that, they attack somebody. Whoever they attack, it's like, that's got to be a good guy. I mean, I get it. But this thing Damien's on about, and he's not alone, is not right. In some ways, he's backed off of his position. Now he's just saying, well, the government did interfere. There have been these things going on. Well, that's true. Now, the government is 100% behind this degeneracy that's going on. There's no question about that. But we didn't get there the way he said. I'm not going to talk about that now. I've written this whole book about it. It's a complex story, but officials and governments and government policies have virtually nothing to do with it until you start getting into the 70s and 80s. And at first, it's not government. At first, it's money people. The money people started exploiting art for laundering money and that kind of thing. You know, there's these special rules for galleries. They don't have to account.
Hi,
for
Eats
tax.
444.
An awful lot of.
How are you doing
money.
today?
Not all galleries. I just mean the galleries that. So they're using
Eats
art as ways of moving money around
444.
somehow. So they need to build up these reputations so they can get these big prices so it can seem legitimate. And then these money people are controlling the government from behind the scenes and the media and so on. So it's this big
You're
mission.
good? That's good.
But none of that
Good to
got
hear.
going
Glad to hear
until
people are doing good
it certainly didn't get going in a big way until
in
the
this
late
day and
70s.
age.
Now, of course, it's a gigantic machine.
Yep,
But it has
I'm
absolutely
just
nothing do
trying
with
to
it.
finish
All of this relates to
some
the surge in
illustrations
interest in futurism.
for
Here's
kids'
part of a
book.
little fight I picked about that. Art Dino presented
Oops.
this Dottori crucifixion, and I complained, it's fake serious, fun and easy design, with faux spiritual pathos. It's silly. Here's a proper religious painting. No cool attitude, just straight.
2 a.m. for
And
you?
Art Dino
Holy
responded,
moly, that's
I disagree
late.
with that take. I
I'd,
think Dottori's piece relates the
I'd be falling
crucifixion to
asleep
the
or
destruction
have
of the
fallen
20th
asleep
century,
already.
the orange of bombs and the spotlight blues.
Yep.
He's trying to relate
Used to
Christ's
be a night
sacrifice
owl.
to the
Now I can't
collective
really stay
experience
up
of his
that late.
crimes and the fundamentals
Well,
of
some
design.
days.
And I complained,
It depends.
what fundamentals of design? Geometrical doodles? And why should an effort to make an
But right
event
now,
from the year 33 relate to the experience
getting
of
to bed
1930?
pretty
Interest
early.
those
2
of us
a.m.
born from the collective experience of 2025.
Well,
These
hopefully you
guys
don't
are
have much
US
to do
artists.
tomorrow. You don't
Why do
have
you
to
really
get up
like
early
this
or
so much?
anything like that.
And I snarkily answered my own question. I think you are hopping on the Nietzsche fanboy futurism equals vitality bus, which is really about compensating for low testosterone after wallowing in emasculating and dehumanizing attitudes for too long. Suddenly everyone loves the childish flotsam of a machine age enthusiasm. But I don't just criticize, I try to solve the problem. But even more people need to be talked down to. Geo just had his first show in New York, if you can call Helen Dawn in Brooklyn, New York. It took place at this obviously prestigious venue. Anyway, following that triumph,
Whoops.
Geo is now promoting some of his abstract work. One glance at these pieces, and right away, you're filled with the sense of the zeitgeist of 75 years ago. Geo is copying Mata and Pollock. It's amazing. Millennial nostalgia for the progressivism of a bygone age. Abstract expressionist larpery. And these are guys who are accusing me of being stuck in the past and irrelevant. But I am not a victim of these people. I am their persecutor.
You get 'em, Paul. Reacting to yearbook committee.
Is the job of the artist to produce an aesthetic experience?
Producing an aesthetic experience has
I think I
historically
heard
been
this one already.
the job of the artist. But as you're saying, with this total onslaught and inundation of images and aesthetic forms that aren't necessarily images, that are in a lot of ways like more powerful than a lot of the art I see. Is the artist still capable of doing something which produces that?
In the production of aesthetic experience, the artist is being outdone. Who can help us out of that problem?
Well, and the curator and the critic becomes so much more important, you know. And I think that, now is that we have a lot of stuff in the world, and now it's the time to kind of like sort rifle through it.
A lot of stuff. and
Reorganize.
here it is.
Is that Haas? Hose? The hell is that? Hey, I remember you made another book about something like a dog. Yeah, this is book 2. Eat
in vast
in that
scenes,
series.
photographs taken from drones, microscopic
So it
images,
is the
macroscopic
same
images,
dog,
combined
different
images done
new
with
story,
computers and 3D stuff, and of course moving
and
images with video. So there's
yeah, we're
this
just trying to finish it.
vast amount
I don't know what else to say.
new kinds of image making
Uh,
that comes
Haas
with
or
technology.
hose
And this is part of
or
aesthetic
hose.
experience.
What do you mean by hell is
Because
that?
all our values have broken down. Art has been subsumed into aesthetic.
There's no context.
But everything's aesthetic. Everything has
Not
an
sure what you're
aesthetic.
referring to. We'll back off on Paul talk. Are you talking about what I'm drawing? This is an image of the dog Stella and her dog owner, Alexis. It's not my story, so I'm always forgetting the names of the characters. But yep, I am just illustrating the work. Excuse me. Trying to illustrate finish this up so that I can move on to some other projects of my own. Because I'm really getting antsy to do something different. Something not so rigid. I don't mind doing stuff like this, but man, this has been taking quite a bit of time. So we were just trying to power through it, but also do a good book. I thought it was another. Yeah, this is another book. I don't know when you last saw me. If it was over a year ago, that was the first book. And this is I'm still working on this second book. I started back in May, I think it was, late April, early May, to begin this book by starting the cover. So it's been almost 10 months. So we got March. Oh, yeah. If it's late May or late April, early May, so about 10 months now. And yeah, we're getting really close to turning all this in. I am on spread 10 or 11. I think it's 10. Nope, 11. So I have, after this one, 4 more spreads to complete. This one should be easy. It's just the dogs, maybe throw in some grass. This one, not so easy because I got the 2 human figures to do, and then the dog shouldn't be too bad. This one, all I have to do is add the highlights for the dogs, and then this one is going to be a lot of work too. I should almost do anything with the figures in it because it's taken me quite a bit of time to get these figures fleshed out. Let's see. I got so many layers with different things on them. It's starting to get a little confusing. What's what? Almost need to start merging elements down. Okay, somewhere there is something. Okay, it is this. All right. So there's something up front, something on top of all my layers. There we go. Okay, we're getting close. We just need to do the close. Just need to do the close and the outline. Let me outline this first. Hopefully I have enough layers. I want to get the outline color though. I think this is our outline color. Whoops. Well, I guess Haas or Hose didn't want to elaborate on what they meant by the hell is that. So okay. Let's see. Let's go back to our Paul talk.
Dirty street. It's all aesthetic. It all has an aesthetic charge. Those aesthetic charges are value neutral. People have different tastes. In that situation, if you understand art as aesthetics, you get into this problem where so-called art is competing with all this imagery. And it's all this competition of aesthetics that gallery people and curators are going to have to sort out, and they're going to have to save us. But art is not aesthetics. So that's one problem. And the other problem is this business of history and coping with the past. And this guy's doing a very good job of that. He's exploring that, and he's exploring how people are coping with their angst about the past, how they're coming to grips with that. Not just the past,
Art
but
angst.
time. Their ideas about the future, and their ideas about what the present
I
demands
have
of
art
us.
angst.
Here are some of those explorations.
Grotesqueries of like
I have an art angst.
engravings and like demons and goblins and such.
Yeah, but I think that's a little bit like that's because this is kind of a like fantastical rejection of modernity,
Sure.
you know, versus this kind of or like an interest in the occult,
Yeah.
versus just like medieval superstition.
Yeah. With like I think of like Olander Dawn and like the kind of like spider head.
Yeah, exactly. The cyclops and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it could be a David or something. You have a big house to put that in. Oh, it's the Angel of History. Wow. So it's a Paul Klee reference. Yeah, or I mean, I think it's or Benjamin or whatever.
Well, the whole show is kind of predicated on, or at least this side is predicated on the Vorticist movement, so the English equivalent to Italian futurism. It's about destruction of
Yeah, yeah.
to beget a new future. So the angel of history kind of being blown away from paradise and catching,
Yeah, the wreckage of modernity and its wings. Yeah.
Boccioni kind of figuration, futurist form with Renaissance painting, and then the figures turning like the vortex of time. This is actually based on Coriolanus, a Shakespeare tragedy.
Oh,
It's like an impossibly distant past and impossibly distant future kind of converging. He's equally interested, I think, in kind of like you said, like video game art, deviant art stuff.
Rejecting modernity, accepting modernity, fiddling around with the past, references of all kinds. And this started up with postmodernism in the 80s, artistic postmodernism, where they started juggling around with the past as a way of doing something. Postmodern, because artistic modernism had run itself out.
Realm of style and feeling. That is, it prepares the educated segment of a society to question the values that have been handed down.
Really, I think what a lot of the avant-garde artists were doing was, there was an impulse to make it new, the shock of the new, as Robert Hughes called it. But really, I think what they're doing is saying, well, what we were doing just wasn't working anymore.
So modernity is a kind of method for questioning the values. In other words, destroying the past and setting up a new future, which of course eventually leads to modernism destroying itself. And then you get into the situation of permanent angst, where the present, the zeitgeist, demands of you something and you don't know what it is. You have to see what doesn't work, and you've got to do something that works. And it's no longer about art, it's about your historic mission. Here's an interesting sequence where he shows some art that the zeitgeist neglected and then became a major theme of the zeitgeist and replaced what the zeitgeist thought was going on. And then he has an interesting reflection on where art is now.
the kinds of paintings that Giger was making in the late 1960s when Jodorowsky discovered him were woefully out of step with the kinds of art that was being written about in serious publications like Art Forum or Art in America. Giger's art looked like this, whereas the serious painting of the era looked like this, and this, and this. Giger would have been considered kitsch by the standard of those artists and critics in the 1960s and 70s who were still willing to uphold the notion of the avant-garde. The exhaustion and collapse of the avant-garde since the late 1960s has forced a reconsideration of practices that would have been considered kitsch in a previous era.
Okay, we got the ear, we got that hand, one last
seem to
hand.
draw their lineage more from kitsch popular media artists like Frank Frazetta, who painted covers for the Conan the Barbarian paperback novels, and Sid Mead, who created concept art for sci-fi films like Blade Runner. I initially found the work by artists like Nguyen and Christensen Knowles to be, at best, a self-conscious resignation in the face of the impossibility of making the kind of novel, aesthetic gestures which historically had characterized the avant-garde, and at worst, an opportunistic production of sexy images that could sell. But I've become more sympathetic to the work as I've come to identify with its undercurrent of sadness. The paintings mourn the death of the avant-garde, and the impossibility of artistic progress in a time of broad societal regress. I admire these artists' unwillingness to capitulate completely and to abandon art.
He admires the artists for their persistence and hanging in there, but does he admire the art?
We went to go see Christensen Knowles' show at Lomex here in Manhattan to have a better look. I kind of wish they were finished. I wonder why he didn't do the eyes. If they all had this blank stare. Definitely makes them feel creepy. Like, I wonder what the not finishing is about. You know, it's in some sense like a non-committal. Either it was just too much work, or it's a lack of commitment. It does feel like it's not a full send, you know? Like I kind of want the full send. I want to see the full send. I think they could be nice, but even this one, like the background, it's, you know, when you look closely at it, it's still like the fidelity of the rendering is not quite there. She feels a little pasted on in this one.
Yeah, it's like Boogaloo. You made this painting, or is it this painting, or is it this painting? One of them is the real painting, but it's a figure stuck on.
She's just like kind of stuck onto the background. You can like really see the way that it's treated like around the edges here. Like, you know, there's like a white outline, right? It's like she's really just like stuck onto the background. Like I would actually be really curious to see what he could do if he...
Right, if he really went for it. There are two problems. The relationship of the artist to the past and how to make art. Now, this guy, Taylor Irvin, where is he coming from?
Even though I talk a lot about art, I don't really consider myself an art critic. I'm more of a frustrated artist who's found that his frustration with art is more of a frustration with society and politics.
When art is about something other than art, when painting starts to be about politics and society, it's no longer about painting. It's no longer about art. And that becomes a problem. The past, the future.
Hey.
That's also not about painting. Painting is a thing. What should our relationship be with the past? You know? To love it. Should love the past. The past of the painting, not necessarily all of it, but it's so full of wonderful things. You know, you can pick and choose, but pick the wonderful stuff that you love. And then there you go. Why is that so difficult? It's not difficult for me. I grew up with people like my father who felt that way. They embraced the whole thing. They also embraced modernism in a way that I don't. The way people could embrace modernism, say in the 30s, in the 20s and 30s, when my father and Aaron Curzon, my principal teacher, were growing up, was very different from what happened in the 60s and 70s. Then it was possible to embrace it. So what happened with modernism? This is a big subject. I explain it in my book. But in a nutshell, the idea of history, we got tangled up with the idea of history and the idea of historical progress. That wasn't a concern for painters in the 19th century. Even the worst academics like Boogaloo, they were still looking to Raphael. They were loving Raphael and reacting to that and doing what they did. But when this whole idea of history and the zeitgeist, the obligation for originality and the idea of man as God who was going to have to sculpt the future, sculpt the new, then modernism took off. It really starts out with post-impressionism and cubism, fauvism, and then you get to abstraction, then there's all kinds of variations. In essence, because of the early modernist analysis, this understanding, this important and true understanding of painting in terms of an illustrative aspect and a decorative aspect, I explain it in my book. The idea of history and historical progress got tangled up with this and in a certain way obliged the painters to become more and more abstract. And finally, painting burned itself out into abstraction. And then all that was left was to say, go back to content. And then contemporary art became all about content without any form. So it's not painting anymore, it's just art. And that kind of foolishness can only last for so long. So now, young people, younger than I am, are looking for ways to get back to painting. And they're doing this in all different kinds of ways. There's the classical realist way, and then there's these semi-contemporary art ways, but people are still so caught up in this history thing. And they still bring society and politics into it so much that it's very hard for people to progress in a simple manner and just go to painting and do it. What fundamentally does it mean to be so concerned with history and therefore with society and politics in art terms? It means that fads, what people are thinking, what people are saying, what authorities are saying, critics, and what the government is supporting, so becomes very important. It's no longer the artists who count, because art is this fragile thing which has to be in exactly the right place where the zeitgeist wants it to be. So the artist, instead of imposing the art, instead of doing the art, I mean, like an engineer, and they do it. So it's high time that the painters go back to painting and they do the painting. Stop worrying about the zeitgeist, stop worrying about the critics and the museums, and be the servant of painting. All right, this is what I'm talking about. This is a very recent painting by Dan.
Unless you don't like painting, then what do you do?
Dan got in touch with me a few years ago. He's a guy who, one of these younger people who was interested in painting. He was caught up for a very long time with contemporary art in a very honest way, because that's what they were.
We're getting so close, close.
At one point, he had an epiphany.
Okay, so we need our medium.
He realized that that's what he wanted. And so, like a lot of people, he had some very strong talents, and other things.
Guess we'll just go with this.
Were not in line, and there's no proper education these days. It used to be that teachers help students develop in an integrated, harmonious, good way.
Okay, where is our outline?
Helping them strengthen themselves where they needed it, and to bring out their talents and so on. And there's none of that today. It's all you're on your own, and get in with the zeitgeist and be some kind of genius who's going to do these important work. And Dan has crawled out of that and gotten rid of all these stupid prejudices about history, prejudices for and against modernism and so on. And this painting, in one way, it's like a Fauves Matisse. And another way, it's like a Titian. It's like, it's like a lot of things. It's like a Modigliani, or it's like a Boucher, but you would never mistake it for any of those things. You wouldn't say this is a Matisse. You wouldn't say that this is a Tintoretto. It's obviously something else. And that's because any painter can't help being themselves. Of course, a lot of painters try to be somebody else, and they come more or less close to it, but you can always tell.
Hey, piano guy, how are you doing today? I don't know if you remember me from last night, but I was the one who subscribed. Yeah, I remember you. Appreciate it, piano guy. Hope you're doing well.
Doing work like this, and it's almost as if every painting is.
We're just continuing on with this.
Wonderful to see. And he's not alone. There's other young people on paths like this.
And listening to a little Paul talk.
No, it's not about saying,
Paul
this painting
talk.
is so great.
Paul will talk down to you.
It's simply a beautiful painting. I look at that and I'm gratified. Now, that's painting. Now, could it be better? All paintings could be better. You could look at Titian's and you can complain, well, there's this, there's that problem, or you can be ecstatic about how
Your art captures the wonder of childhood, creating stories kids will cherish forever. I appreciate that.
But
I just try to do the best I can, and hopefully
And so
Hopefully people
this
will
means to me-
appreciate it.
This means that painting is happening again in the world. And I think that Dan or people like Dan, paintings, this painting or paintings like this painting, if we get back on track and people start just looking at painting for painting, this will be a painting.
Oh,
People
thanks,
will say,
Eat.
wow,
I didn't realize that was you.
here's where painting, you know, they
I thought
cut the
Piano
tree off.
Guy was saying
Here's
that.
a sprout coming out,
Appreciate
the
that,
tree is going
Eats.
to grow again.
Paul talking down to younger painters. I think I've watched this one before too.
In a comment to my last video, Oliver Miller put this question. Can you tell us what you feel about painters like Salman Tour? He's a young Pakistani painter living
Oh
in
yeah, I
New
did
York,
watch this one.
and he seems very clearly to be a homosexual who uses a lot of homosexual imagery. Oliver seems to feel that this has some Rococo feel to it. Lenz Dirk, who is a young German painter, the images I'm presenting here are just vague suggestions. You have to go look at better images or see the things in reality. Then there's Doron Langberg, who is a young American painter. And then Neo
I have a YouTube channel, but they're
German
not
painter,
that good of videos.
slightly
What
younger
kind of
than
content do you
in the
make?
60s. And then Kent O'Connor, who is a younger American painter. And then Nathanael Herbelin, who is
All right, we
a
got that
French
done. Now
Israeli
we will
woman, a young woman.
kind of lighten up her
And he also
blouse.
mentions this painter,
I guess you can
Jake
call it a blouse. I don't
Longstreth,
know.
who's a young American painter, and he also mentions Alex Katz, who's a painter from the 20s. He's an important pop artist, and I guess he mentions Katz because of Longstreth. They're both so dry and cold compared to the others. This could almost be paint by the numbers, or something that was painted and baked onto tiles in a early 20th century decorative style. Anyway, I asked Oliver why he was interested.
Just depends on what I feel like,
And he
if I
said,
want to do
"My
piano or
interest in them
trends.
is that they are working in modes
Ah.
that aren't totally
Let's try
aware
it
of
all.
older influences. They allow
You don't think your videos are
and
good?
manifest principles of painting, especially as described
Is
by
it,
yourself.
when you say that, do you
And these
mean
painters are finding success.
how they're made or the content? Sometimes it just takes practice doing something. Then you start to find, and I don't like using the word style, but, how you do things. But, just playing around, experimenting, watching other people's videos, educating yourself on the art of editing, or, you don't like the content, like the highest views that I have on a video is 161. That's not bad. I mean, how long have you been doing this? It takes time to build an audience. It's not easy. I mean, it's easy to look at somebody else's channel and see, oh, they got this many views, but we really don't understand what it took for them to get to that point. Some people, it might be easy because the content they make is stuff that a lot of people want to see or are curious about. 2 months? Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this about 10 months. And if you look at some of my videos, I'm lucky if I get around that many views that you're talking about. You know, I might fall short of those views. And all I'm doing is just live streaming. I'm not doing much. So people will come in and take a look at what I'm doing and then hop out or just hop in and say hi. It might not be their thing or their cup of tea, but you know, somewhere I'm getting views. I don't know if they're bots, and a small percentage are actual people like you. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't always look at my analytics either. Yeah, just because the art is good, I mean, that might attract some people, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to hold people's attention for long. Because there's a lot of art that's good. I mean, also, are you engaging? Are you doing any live streaming, or are you engaging your audience in some way? That also helps. I mean, it's a slow grind. I mean, as far as YouTube, I don't know how YouTube runs their algorithms. Like, how do they and who do they push your stuff to? And that's the thing is like when I live stream, I don't know if anybody's interested in art or not. I'll stream at different times, and I'll get you know varying degrees of interaction or no interaction. Um, it's hard to say. Sorry, I don't know what your response was. What your response was in response to which thing I said. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat when you posted it. So I lost the context. I feel like this needs to. Yeah, but being a content creator, I mean, I guess there is an art to that in itself. When you said, do you live stream and engage people no, not really. Yeah, because even though I've been doing this pretty regularly for the last 10 months, I think it's 10 months, I did try to do live streaming before that, some on Instagram and maybe on YouTube, but I can't remember. But I know I did some on Instagram, and I wasn't always engaging my audience or paying attention to chat. And then after a while, I was like, "Oh, I'm not getting anything. Not nobody's sticking around, or my watch time was very low, and very few views, and so I think it's more likely somebody will come back if you are able or capable of engaging with them, especially if they're interested in what you're creating or what you're doing. You have to be able to be there. And I know it's not always easy. Like, like I missed your post because I wasn't paying attention to the chat, just talking and drawing. So it's like practicing that type of stuff. I know there's no real manual on how to do this. There are a lot of people out there that will have videos, yeah, but the drawing that you're doing, you have to concentrate. Yeah, but I can also talk at the same time. Now, if I were trying to engage with somebody while I was driving, that would be a whole nother thing. I'm not put in a position where I'm going to harm somebody if, I screw up my drawing or something. So I can kind of, you know, talk, pay attention to chat, and also do this at the same time. There are some times where I'm like, okay, I need to focus. But again, I'm not gonna hurt anybody if I lose my focus. So I'm not too concerned if I make a mistake or if I get lost in the process, or I get lost because I was talking to somebody or trying to stay engaged with them. All right, so I need to do the comb, the shoes, and the pants, and then I can do the dog. Are you just so? Are you just like playing songs? And what do you mean by trends? What kind of trends are you doing? Like challenges or stuff like that? I never really got into any of that type of stuff. But I know there's some artists that will do certain art challenges or whatever. Um, I just like ask myself, what kind of channel am I trying to run? Am I trying to focus on the art, or am I trying to be a sensationalist? Um, do I just want to focus on my audience? It's it's a it's a fickle thing to balance all that type of stuff. Because I know on my in my description, I don't know if it says, but you have to pick what type of video it is, and so it's like they don't have a specific art category, so I have to select entertainment. And this is, I guess, a form of entertainment, but I'm choosing how that gets portrayed on this channel, which is I'm just drawing in real time. Well, maybe you have to do more than just play. I don't know. I haven't done much of this stuff as far as like, people don't really ask me too much about how I do stuff, or, why I did this or that in my drawings. I think most of the time people are just watching. But, maybe maybe trying stuff outside your comfort zone, not just, doing the thing that you know how to do. Um, but like, I don't know how good you are at the piano, but if you're still learning, you know, you could show that part of, you know, your practice is like, okay, this is what I go through. This is what I have to go through to learn, you know, these particular songs or some new technique, so that you can play more advanced songs. I don't know. You kind of gotta dig and think, you know, what can you do where you don't have to go too far out of you know, your wheelhouse, which is piano or trends. And you just gotta kind of think of stuff that, what you gotta put yourself in your audience shoes. What would you want to see? And then just try it. It might work, it might not work, but that's the thing with the YouTube is like, yeah, there's people that came before you, doing uh creating content, and they have all these followers and stuff like that, but that's them, and this is your time to figure that out, what you want to do. Yeah, if you're still learning the piano, there might be an audience for, you know of people that want to see you progress as a piano player, if that's something you want to do and take serious. I don't know if there's other. I'm assuming there are probably other piano con piano playing content creators out there. But you kind of got to find your niche, as far as you sing and do drums too. Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that uh, would like to see, a musician um, learning their craft. Because, are you in it for the long run, or you just want the views? I mean, I've been doing art for my almost my whole entire life, which is about 50 years. So I have a lot of experience under my belt. So when I came to YouTube, I could just start, creating stuff and hoping that people would be interested in what I made, versus like still learning my craft. And so, the audience that I build is following my progression as an artist and learning. I don't know if any of this is helpful or not. I'm trying to figure out what color I'm to do the pants. They're black, but I kind of want a greenish tinge to it. Should be more greenish gray, because purple and green are kind of it's kind of like Hulk. No, you'd have to be a little bit more specific. What kind of stuff do they create? I mean, there's a lot of artists out here. A lot of people trying to make a name for themselves on YouTube, doing their thing. Some people are legit serious about what their art. Some are serious about being a YouTuber. Long run, no, I haven't. I haven't heard of. And I think this has to go. This might have to go too. That's too much. This is too much. Oh, no worries. No worries, piano guy. I appreciate you coming through and saying hello and chit chatting. And thanks for the subscribing or the subscription or follow or whatever they call it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure I'll catch you again soon. Enjoy your gaming and have a good day or evening. It's starting to get dark over here. It's almost 6 p.m. 6 p.m. And time goes fast. I gotta go back to work tomorrow. It's 12-hour days. Just hoping I can get some more of this done during those times. All right, I think that's it for the pants. I don't want too much going on, but I don't know, is that enough? Is that enough? Oh, if I have time, boy, I don't know. I'm not not very good at drawing superhero figures. Oops, what happened to my screen? Yeah, kind of also, it depends on how it's done. I would kind of want to shy away from doing anything that could possibly get me a copyright strike. I don't know if doing stuff like that would do that because I'm using somebody else's intellectual property. I'm sure if I'm not selling it, but still, it's weird. I'm not sure how YouTube reacts to stuff like that. It's bad enough when I get hit with content or copyright for musical content. I'm not sure about visual stuff like that. But, like fan type art, I'm sure people do all kinds of fan art stuff online or on YouTube. Are you a big Deadpool fan? I like the movies. Don't know much outside of that as far as that character. Yeah, I guess I've done so much drawing in my lifetime. Like when I'm working on stuff and I'm looking at the image, I'm kind of making a mental list of things I need to do, or when I just look at it, I notice things that need to be worked on more, so I just kind of go start focusing on that. But all the while I'm looking at the overall image and taking mental note as far as the things that need to be done or worked on. And you kind of get that over time after drawing enough, is you start to develop that, being able to see it and almost instantaneously know what you need to do next. Usually it's like a feeling or intuition. Mostly an intuition. You're like, oh, that doesn't look quite right, and I need to do something about it. Everybody works differently, though. But that's kind of how I do it. I just look at it and I'm like, okay, this is what needs to be done. And that is that is the next thing I focus on doing. A lot of times it's like, okay, what's going to make something stand out or stand out less? Uh-oh. Our guy Emmett is drawing again. Huzzah Creative is back in the house. Should I prank him again? I pranked him yesterday.
Starting a live stream. The live stream is starting. This is exciting. Let's see, I got these
Like
that.
messing with him.
Let's do one more.
Messing with our guy Emmett.
One more here.
Fellow YouTube live streaming artist.
Yo, what's up?
I already pranked him yesterday.
I like
And it was
how
more
you
of like
establish who you
opportunist.
are. That's great. It's always good to introduce yourself. You know, if you didn't introduce yourself, I almost might have not known who you are. You know, you never know. People can be forgetful, even if they.
Don't forget so you don't get pranked again. So yesterday,
Channel.
so he's on YouTube and he's also on Twitch.
You know what's funny though is that Arts and Carrots was actually familiar to me. I just totally forgot that it was you.
He forgot it was me. So I go by a different name on Twitch, and I saw that he was on Twitch, so I started following him. Then the next day, when he went live, I got a notification that he was on Twitch. So of course I open up YouTube and I say hello.
Going in my ear, and then we're gonna go ahead and get started on our drawing.
I say hello to him on YouTube, and then I go into Twitch and I go, hey, how's it going? And because I have a different name on there, he didn't know it was me. So what I did was my YouTube in YouTube, I said, "Oh, who is this guy? Arts and Crafts?" And then I said something about, oh, I can't remember if it was that same line or the next line. I'm like, he sucks balls or something like that. Well, I can't remember. And then I go into my Twitch, and I'm like, that wasn't very nice. Why are you saying that to me? So it was like, I was going back and forth between my two accounts, like I was beefing with myself. But he didn't know it was me in Twitch. So he thought, he was like, why is Omizu saying this stuff? Actually, YouTube pulled that comment because I said sucks balls. So YouTube pulled that comment, but then I made a comment in Twitch back at myself saying something bad. I don't think that got pulled though, but the YouTube, I guess he saw that there was a comment that got held back. So he didn't know what I originally said to my other account. But then my response in Twitch, he thought I was talking to him because I said something about, why are you being a dick? But I meant that to saying to myself, but he thought I was saying that to him.
Hope you're all doing fantastic today. Had a good day. Saw a
Then
lot
I
of
had to
videos
correct
today.
him. I had to correct that and said, "No, I'm talking about the other guy in your YouTube because he had both chats
So Charles Baird is a
on
classic
screen, so you
drawing
could
artist
see
from what,
the
18
two interactions between
was
YouTube
published
and
by in
Twitch."
1850s by
I didn't let that
Vincent
go too
Van
long
Gogh.
though, and I was like,
Americans know him as Vincent
"Yo,
Van
it's
Gogh.
me,
Vincent Van
Omizu."
Gogh's brother's company to kill a seed.
But I had somebody else in his
So,
chat fooled.
part of this work,
I didn't want to let it go too long though, because I didn't want to create too
might
much
look familiar to some.
trouble. But then he said, "Oh, you better be careful, because YouTube might ban you for stuff like that." And I was like, "Yeah, that's why I didn't let it go on." But yeah, that was my prank. It was more of an opportunistic prank. It wasn't like, "Oh, let me just prank him today." I was like, "Oh, here's my chance. I can prank. I can prank him."
Can I draw a Zorro? You know, I probably can draw Zorro, but I can't do it right now. Or I could do it right now. It's just, I don't know, you gotta give me a reason to. You're gonna have to, you're gonna need a reason to totally switch to doing Zorro. What's up, Bonator? Good to see you nice and early, not at the end of the night, huh? That's cool. That's great. I feel like Zorro really just asked me to draw Zorro and then just did. Like, he didn't, like they didn't even
What?
want to wait.
That's the reason.
Still here, Zorro? I find that funny. Because it's Zorro, that is reason enough. Back in 5 minutes? Alright. Awesome. Good reason. You gotta pitch me this commission. Here we go.
That is an epic prank. Yeah, I don't usually do stuff like that. But I've been following Emmett's channel for a while. I'm not sure if he knows my sense of humor very well. But, I mean, I saw the opportunity, and so I just went with it. I'm sure somebody's done that before. Like, that can't be that original. Especially when and there are a lot of content creators that do stream to both YouTube and Twitch. I think he also streams to like Instagram and maybe something else, like a bunch of different platforms. And I'm like, oh, that's a lot of different social media that you can stream to.
I love Baird because for the majority of doing these Baird things, you can kind of just like let your mind, you can just like shut off your brain. You can just like shut off your brain and just do the work. Like it's really interesting in that way because they give you guidelines of like how to copy these drawings. And for me, of course, you know, these are studies. I love the style of Baird. I love that, you know, once you're done with these, you feel like you made something really nice, and it's not fan of Barrett studies. As you can tell, otherwise, since I've had an entire series based on these Barrett studies.
What is the highest views you got on a stream?
But here we go. Keep
Um,
on sketching. Just gotta keep on moving.
maybe like 200 and
Keep on moving, right?
almost 260, I think.
It means you're either sleeping
I think
or,
on a stream.
you've lost all your momentum, which is not
It was either that or a short I did. But I swear I had a stream that had that many views.
Before we do that, let's go down here.
But not a whole lot of those.
Let's go, I should bring this.
I think on average, and I haven't done the actual calculation, but I would say somewhere around 60 or 70 views for my recent live streams, probably
Barrett studies. I'm using a brush.
since I started doing these vertical
This is a
streams.
Sketcher pencil by Karan.
Yeah, the 200 ones,
And then I mix these with the.
yeah, I think I hit that just one time. But yeah,
This is set with lead holder.
but a lot of these have been around 100 or more. It depends on what time of day.
Let's go ahead and.
Seems like early in the morning, because you get a lot of people like Europeans, people from that side of the world, since they're already up and it's later in the day for them. You might see a lot of
It's
Europeans.
gonna come down below this, just above this thing here, this smooth.
Sometimes like late, if I stay up late at night, I might get people
So,
like
this guy.
in the Pacific region, like the Philippines.
Go past the knee and get the second part right here.
So it varies. It's hard to say what is a very good time to stream to get views.
Nice smooth curved lines here.
All right, piano guy, thanks for hanging out. Oh man, I thought I was on that. Yeah, you have a good day. Thanks for stopping by.
And of course, yes, I have a reference.
I don't know if you're still gonna go game, but happy gaming.
Speaking of which, Zorro, if you really want to make a request, I think Omizu Paintz hosts a live stream. He might be willing to do your sketch of Zorro. I don't know what that is, but here we go. So Danny,
Bow in
what's up? Tired at long work day. Hey, awesome. Yeah, chill out, relax. Kick off those shoes. Prepare a warm bath. Whatever you need to make this day better. What was the best part of the day? If you had a good work day, my work day was high. My work day was okay. It's just one of those
plug this in. I hope my pencil was charged.
Alright, so here we go. And let's go like this. And here we go. Yo, Arts and Carrots, welcome. It's the first time I'm ever seeing that name. Why don't you introduce yourself to the world here? Getting to meet people from your new department. That's pretty cool. All right. Meeting new people is definitely rewarding and draining. As your cordial to workers, that's all that matters. Don't want to start off on the wrong foot. Right on. Arts and Carrots, you can't see the dual chat? Oh, well, let me fix that. I think, is that better? Here you go. There's the dual chat right now. So the dual chat. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate you. So now I know that I always have to re-update the setting every time I do it. You know what, Omizu? You know what you made me realize today? You made me realize that I need to have a better answer for when people make requests for the slide stream. See, this channel is like a portal between YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. This is our portal amongst chatters. But here we go. It is so hot today. It's like 90 degrees in Los Angeles already. It's crazy. Huh? I I know, it's still winter. Are you reading my episode? What? No, we push the mirror. Push the mirror. Huh? What? All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and start the sketch here. So, around. Come down with this piece right here. Doing this basic sketch. I think we'll probably finish it within an hour. You know, the tip of this pencil is really sharp, but the rest of it is not. Also streaming? Yes, I am. I'm streaming on 3 other platforms. I'm streaming on Rumble, Kick, and what's the other one? Rumble, Kick, and I don't actually know if my Instagram stream is working, but supposedly I was streaming on Instagram. So yes, the world is seeing your arguments, Omizu. The world is watching this drama unfold between Arts and Tariffs and Omizu. We're gonna have to call Dana White and see if he'll allow us to sanction a fight, an MMA fight between Omizu and Arts and Tariffs. Ready for that, Omizu? Gotta get yourselves in the same weight class. Am I also able to move my chat to the upper part of the screen? Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. Thank you. That is not what I want. How do I get rid of this? There we go. I wish I could resize this thing. I don't know how to size this thing. Yeah, I wish there was more customization on this thing. Because if I move it up here, you can't see it. Maybe I'll just have to make this chat sideways for now. Is that going to bother anybody? Is that distracting? Here we go. We just have to put it there for now. And I'll just have to like move it around whenever. Whenever the need, excuse me, the need arises. And here we go. So we're gonna go around here. These are the most horrible looking toenail feet I've ever seen in fine art. But we're gonna go with it, so why not? We're about to see what I mean in a little bit. Nothing against anybody who has, you know, jacked up toenails or whatever. As a runner, I get jacked up toenails all the time. But it is, you know, in fine art, I guess, in like classical sculpture, like these are probably the worst toes I've ever seen. So on one hand, you know, I feel like it's permission to make ugly feet in a drawing. And here we go, so we've got this. We're gonna let our legs come up here. Yo, Bowinator had a quest. What quest did thou have? What quest hast thou returned from? Alright, and here we go. So, we'll go down here. Let's go down here. Go like this. Let's see, from here, we're going to go give it a little bit of a toe, not just a little bit of a toe, a lot of a toe. Let's go on this toe right here.
Towel. Mouth. Mouth. Get out of here. Crazy. All right, guys. Sorry, I had to go.
Plus, is devouring the hamburger.
I had to to go take the dog outside.
King of all blizzards, huh?
Let's
Alright, good
see.
stuff, man. So does that mean that the village has been totally ransacked and you are now the ruler of hamburgers? Now that the king of hamburgers is no longer present? Alright, so we got our basic sketch down. Let's try to get some of these thumbnails right now to really do a thumbnail. Alright. So let's see, we got our five toes here, and it's one unusual pinky toe. And let's go ahead and, you know what, we're gonna start with my favorite lead, 6B. And the 6B needs some sharpening at some point, but I think for now, I think this is gonna give us like a nice side curve to work with. And here we go. Continue down this, all the way down to like right down here. So let's sketch out our main line of shadow here. What's up, Jen Holmeyer? That name seems familiar. Like I've seen it in here before, but not for a while. I think, so my live stream is a little earlier than usual today, so, you know, those of you that are in here often, now's a good time to, like, you know, connect with some new audiences. So when I think of my live stream, you know, I don't think of it as just Hazai Creative. I think of it as, you know, everybody in here expanding on an online art community that just continues to grow and grow. And you know, that's why I think it's so helpful to, you know, especially like I think you know, living in Los Angeles, it's easy to get lost and think that like everywhere is just like a booming arts town, you know. And I'm sure every every wonderful city has a booming art scene. You know, everywhere from Burlington, Vermont to Miami, Florida, you know, to any small town in Arizona or whatever. But when I think of like LA, you know, it can be easy to forget just how massive of an arts community is in Los Angeles compared to other cities. And, you know, I feel fortunate to be able to have that. But I also realize, like, you know, when I stream, that it's awesome to be able to connect with people from other cities because I realize that sometimes people who are living in areas that are not booming arts towns, you know, can probably find it hard to find that social network of arts. I mean, it's even like in real life, it could be hard to find the right social network of artists, you know? Even in real life, it can be. Because not only are you busy, you try to do things on your own schedule and all that. You know, it can be fun. That's self-included. Yeah, Vermont's great. I visited Vermont, like a year, 2 years ago actually. It's been almost 2 years since I visited Vermont. Wonderful, wonderful city. I would consider living in Vermont.
Oh man, they want it to be on that layer.
But I hear the winters are pretty much like unbearable for someone like me, who, growing up in Florida, having grown up in Florida in tropical summer weather, it could be hard to survive a winter in the Northeast. But love Vermont, lovely city, lovely state. Probably one of the most pristine, beautiful states I've ever driven through. The thing that California beats everybody in is that California has everything. They got desert, they got beach, they got redwoods, they got mountains, they got all sorts of stuff. But there are things that you just simply cannot find in Los Angeles or
They got skin,
in California.
Hey, Raisa. How are you doing today? Good to see you back. Was that earlier today?
Didn't you say your sister lives out here? If I tell you the info for my my shows, you can invite her. You can send her an invite to my shows that are going to be out here in Los Angeles. So apparently my coffee shop show is going to be a solo exhibition at Coffee Shop. That's exciting. I didn't realize it was going to be a solo show. Solo exhibition. That's exciting. Didn't realize that first. Hey, Boner, take care, man. Take care of those guests. Your guests, your friends, they are important. So, you know, take care of them. Take care of yourself. Take care. Thanks for jumping in here. In between your adventures, you're taking over at the Burger Kingdom and everything else. So, yes. See you soon. feel like the quality of my
Yeah, I'm still,
sketches
well,
is
yeah, I'm still
good.
trying to
Like
finish
I haven't been as focused on
her
accuracy as I
shoes.
was when I first started.
And then once I get done with the
But I don't know.
shoes, I will move on to
Maybe I'm being hard on myself. I'm really
finishing off
looking
the
forward to
dog.
getting past body parts and into like
Yeah,
those more
it's
sophisticated
sometimes it takes me a little while to
sketches.
do this stuff. I get caught up in like the little tiny details here, cleaning up, because I want to make sure when it gets printed that it's not doesn't have all these like you know overspray kind of stuff and weird lines, and so I got to make sure I'm checking everything and making sure it's good. I don't know if I'm using the right
Mm.
color though.
I've been getting that craving to paint lately, but I've been holding it off so I could work on this project. And will I have an announcement card or something? Yes, I probably will have an announcement card. We'll see. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do for Vita as far as marketing materials. But one of them is in March, starting March 11th, and the next one is in. The next one will be in May. The coffee shop one will be in May. So
It's hard to tell if that's a different color or not. The other one just seemed too white.
yeah, I'll let you know.
You
It'll
respect
be
people like me that take their time and
it'll be on my Instagram,
try to
but
do
I'll
their
be sure
best.
to let you know specifically.
That's all I know is, at least as far as
Shows are
this
gonna
is
be
concerned,
in
is
Los
to do my
Angeles.
best.
I probably should have invited you to the past couple ones, or invited some of your family to the past couple ones if you wanted. But yeah, didn't even think about that.
Whoops. Okay. Get alpha lock off.
How do you keep motivation to stick to a project? I don't know. Like one thing that keeps me going with this is I know that when I do finally paint again, I'm gonna have a lot of motivation because I feel as if not painting for a long time and just building up that urge to
Do you do art
enough,
yourself,
it's
Raisa?
enough to like really get you.
Do I sell
When
them?
you can't paint, and I can't paint,
This
I honestly
actual
love
project is
that
for
feedback
a
from
kid's
fellow
book.
artists.
So,
And
all
it's
these
really
pages will come
exciting.
together with the text, not
You
my
can't do it.
text.
You feel like
I'm
you're
just
missing out.
illustrating. It'll all come together into a book form, and yeah,
Maybe this
they
is
will sell
just
those.
my way of like
I won't sell
reaching
them, but
maybe
they will be sold. I'm sure they'll be up on like Amazon or something. Amazon and Barnes and Noble. I don't think that was the right color. I think it was this color. Is it this color? Yeah, that color. Yeah. So I'm trying to get this done as quickly as I can because they want to go to print soon. So I need
so let's
to
see.
complete these
Here.
as soon as I can. I've already had a good 2.5 months, which I thought I would be able to get it done sooner than that. Why is there... But sometimes it takes a lot longer than you think it might. You like art, but you're not good at it? Yeah, it just takes practice. If you get good at it, if it's something you're interested in, and you put the time into it, you get better. You just have to have the patience and courage to be able to make it through that learning curve, that learning phase. But I guess I didn't think about that too much. When I picked up pen and ink, I wasn't very good at it, and I thought, oh, this is gonna be a struggle. But it took me a while to develop my skill with pen and ink. But I'm glad I did it, stuck it out, and I don't do too bad with pen and ink. Do you have a question? You are so quick and slow at the same time. Yeah, you can go ahead with your... Yeah, so it seems like I'm quick because I've been doing this so long. I kind of know where I'm going and what the next step is. That is not necessarily always the case, but if I look at what I'm doing, I tend to see what I need to work on next when I'm doing doing something else.
Speaking of which, it is
Do I watch anime? Yeah, I watch a lot of anime. The last thing I was watching was Don and Ranma 1/2, and what else? I have to look at my Crunchyroll account. I watched Naruto a long time ago.
It's always good to have positive feedback.
Boruto. I was watching Boruto for a little while. I haven't finished the series. Can't remember how far I made it into Boruto. But yeah, what is it? ReZero, Starting Life in a Brand New World. I was watching that. The Devil is a Part-Timer. What else? I started Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. I was watching Gintama. VTuber Legend. I was trying to finish One Piece. You didn't like it? You didn't like Boruto? Did they finish the series? Hey, piano guy, you back? How's it going? Oh, no, you're not troubling me at all. I don't have a problem. Sometimes I get sidetracked, but I don't have a problem with it.
Majority of the main shading of this here. Look at the heel. The day of happiness.
I can typically draw and talk at the same time.
I'm pretty sure that your heel lines up with your thumb. Yeah, I mean mine does. Maybe your body is misproportionate. It's not doing it for you.
One Piece is long. Yeah, I think I stopped. So I started it a long time ago, like probably back in
I have an obsession with Gatorade.
2013 or
My whole
14,
spreadsheet is like I constantly say I don't drink soda,
and
but
I
Gatorade
got
adds
to
slightly less sugar than any soda.
I got
So
to
Gatorade's my
the
all starter.
oh, what was it called? Something Bark arc, where they
Only
ended
thing
up
that's
on the
good about
island with
Gatorade over other soft drinks
where
is
you're
it
at
doesn't
it's
have
3 in the morning.
I think it's corn
You're
syrup.
up quite late.
Has dextrose. I don't
It
know what that
is
is.
it is almost 7 p.m. where I'm at, so
It's trickery after
we're a little bit
anyway,
behind where you're at.
here's puncher for all the
Thriller
listeners
Bark.
of
That was the um where I
so
ended
let's
up
go with a
stopping.
Parker pencil right now. I'm gonna go in with
I
nice
started the
uniform
beginning of the
small
Thriller
shards
Bark
here.
arc, and
Just to
then
get that
um,
that tenebrism. Get some of that tenebrism effect.
then I stopped, and then like last
Fill in our spaces
was it
with
last
some
year I started
highlighter.
watching again, and I got which season did I get to?
What's funny about painting
I don't know if my
is at one
Crunchyroll
point
would
I was
tell me.
like,
I have to go
I
way
have
back
too
in
many
my
paintings.
history.
But now that I've gotten these shows recently to get into, I'm like, I don't have enough paintings. I need more paintings for more of
I
these
think I
shows
was
that are
like
coming up.
like mid 500. I know there's like
So
1,000
I feel like in
episodes.
this section, I need to erase away some of this.
Oh, you're 14. You got plenty of years to watch anime. Got plenty of years to watch the anime. What is going on here?
My pencil, my eraser
Not getting the right color. There it is. Ray, so what is your favorite anime?
pencil stand. I will eventually. I have to. I've been in the craving to paint.
Yeah, there's like you like One Piece? How far are you into One Piece?
It's okay. You know, the more and more I build the desire to paint,
And have you seen
the
the
more
live
frustrated I
action
get about painting.
version on Netflix? You haven't seen it? It's not bad. It's pretty good. If you ever get a chance, it's not bad.
And
They kind of condensed some stuff for the first arc. Waiting for the next season. Yeah, because they got all the way to like Fishman Island. Or wait, not Fishman Island. Where they ran into. Or was it Fishman Island? Yeah, it's good. See, even Piano Guy knows it's good. Yeah, they did a pretty good job. I'm not saying they do that for every single live action anime adaptation. I would say this is probably one of the first live action adaptations that wasn't a complete flop. I was kind of bummed when they canceled Cowboy Bebop, but I know a lot of people didn't like that live action remake. You like when Zoro loses the fight? They got to set up the drama. You finished Naruto and Boruto, Dragon Ball Z. I think I started watching. Let's see. I was started watching from the very early episode, and then I started. Then I ended up watching Super, but I didn't get too far into Super because I wanted to start from the very beginning, the very first season, and kind of watch that. Your brother hates Boruto. Yeah, I haven't finished it out, but he seemed kind of like a brat. But um, I know he was still a kid, so it was cool to see the Leaf Village and all the characters from the original one, like all grown up
Kneecap
and
flattened.
like have
Raise to the
families.
foot. Just one foot. It's just a cast of one leg. One leg. You only need one leg to walk on. That's the symbolism here. There's symbolism. Symbolism. Symbolicness. Just having one foot. I don't ask questions like all the time. I just draw what's in front of me, right? If someone puts
Why are you spoiling?
here
I don't even know who Kerma is. So no worries, you are not
with
spoiling anything for me.
with a Santa Claus hat on and an apple in its mouth,
That's probably a character I haven't even been introduced to
oranges.
yet.
I don't ask questions, I just draw it.
Okay, I don't know if I. What I do need to do
Maybe I
though
should have some questions yet.
is that's kind of an interesting name, leukemia. Isn't that cancer of the blood? Leukemia.
So these eraser markers have
Krupa.
created a certain
Kruma.
effect here. And I don't know if I like it. But it's here. Look at all that coming. Look at all that gum coming off. All that gum. All that gum up on that trunk. There we go. So the can do, will do, get things done day.
Ah,
Can do, will do, get things done day.
well, that's not what I wanted.
Can do, will do, get things done day, people.
Your keyboard does not know these words, so it's confusing my words. I'm surprised how long it takes to do art. Yeah, when you see people doing those doing those time lapses, they don't really give you a sense of how long something takes. You just see this thing appearing before you very quickly, but it could take days, weeks, months. Yeah, even like me working on these shoes, I'm trying to get them just right.
All right.
And it's like, okay, I keep looking at it and looking at it, like, okay, I need to make these adjustments. It's just
I
not
like what I
that
see.
quite right.
Don, but you know what? Before I do the next one, let me just sketch out some of the stuff in the back. The
Do
stuff in the
do
back
I sleep?
might be a little bit
Yeah, I
different
sleep.
than
I still have time though in the evening here. It's only 7 p.m. So usually I try to go to bed around 10.
especially. Should I keep going or should I keep working on what we've got? Keep going. There's some beautiful things that are here.
Yeah, I usually stay up late sometimes.
Like,
Um,
look at.
Not like today. I gotta work in the morning at 7. So I'll probably try to go to
I'm
sleep a
trying to
little
sketch out some of these
earlier
faces here.
than I usually do. So yeah, probably
We
around
gotta get
10. I do
these
have to stop. I'm gonna have to
figures
stop at
to this
in an
part.
hour to make dinner for my wife and I. But yeah, I'll probably be up for another 3 hours. I'll be on the internet watching YouTube videos, content.
Like the problem with these though, the printing's kind of like low quality. A lot of it is blurred, so you can't really see exactly all the marks that are being made.
Oops, that is not fat enough.
But anyway, oh, we're moving along though.
I mean, you said it was
I've been
three in the
I've been
morning
feeling
where
pretty
you're at.
motivated,
Man,
but I feel like I just gotta stick with it, and so long as I stick with it,
you have the day off.
I'll be happy with what we make.
You're listening to your
So
dad
let's get through
sleeping.
the tough parts.
Must have had a long day. Oh, you know what? I don't think I needed to go that far with the red. You're listening to your baby brother's snore. You think you're sleeping? You could be dreaming. Yep, sometimes I'll put something on and then I'll just end up falling asleep to it. Especially people that stream late. Like Emmett here, he's in California, so he's 2 hours behind me. So for him, it's 5 p.m., whereas it's 7 p.m. for me. So if he streams later, I might just end up falling asleep during his live stream. Like if he streams later in the day.
Sticking through the parts where you don't want to do it anymore.
You have a job?
Thing that I think about when I'm doing these right now.
What kind of job do you have? What do you do? You get paid. What kind of work do you do? You do slushy? What does that mean? I guess I'm not familiar with slushy. Is that like slushy, like the slushy machines in a convenience store? Like 7-Eleven?
It's so much easier when it's like right next to it compared to if it's like 2 pages away.
At the market? Okay. You make people's slushies? You mean they don't make them themselves? They like put their cup underneath the machine and then just make
This is
it
technically how it's
themselves?
actually designed. It's supposed to go 1 to 1, 1 to 1.
Like a full service slushy machine where do you get tipped? You get tips? You turn normal Coke into slush? Okay. A good Coke slushy isn't bad. It's been a while since I had a Coca Cola. I'm more of like a root beer type of guy. A&W's okay. It's a little sweet, like sweet. I like Barks root beer. Barks Barks has the bite. They have that bite to it. Kind of like a Coke. Coke will eat up your insides.
And let's see this. Let's see the angle.
You don't like Coke, you like Sprite and Fanta? Yeah, those are okay too.
The length of one,
I'm usually more of the root beer or the cola.
two,
Sprite's okay, but yeah, cola. You can give an engine. You can give an engine drink. I don't know what. I don't know what you mean by that. You can give an engine drink. I can slush it.
let's do the rest of this here later.
Energy drink. Okay. Yeah, nowadays you can turn anything into a slushy, right? Okay, I think my shoes. I think my shoes are good. I think that little kind of reddish brown helped my shoes.
I'm probably not going to see the front of the
All right, so we got that done. Our next step is you can turn a beer into slush. Okay. You mean like a beer or a root beer?
right around here. Go up.
Oh, the other thing I needed to do though was fix this.
1 and then 2 inches up here. So this needs to go like right around. And so you're probably not going to see too much of that. So from here, we go with this toe. And we go like this. And then you come up with another one. This toe's is going to be a little bit further. So right there. Gonna get another one. Down about evenly spaced like that. Come up.
Pink guy. Thank you, Raisa. Am I saying your name right, Raisa? Is it, or am I sounding it out too slowly? Raisa? Okay. I'm not you're not supposed to be on your phone this late, but you don't care. Yep, just be careful. You might get your phone privileges suspended for a
So
while.
one thing that I'm constantly doing when I'm doing this is really just like looking for.
But I can't
points.
say
So
anything.
this one needs to be pretty much right above the big toe right here, or the second toe. So we're gonna find the line to go like so. Let's find this piece right here. And right down to about the butt line. Maybe a little bit past. So this will be that section, which means.
Hey, what's up? I didn't.
Right
Oh
down
no! Redo everything. Okay, so now we drop that to 50, and we'll throw a little blur on there. You know what? I almost need to do a, let's see. Nope, can't do that. Perspective.
And here we go. So
Directional. Oh, that's not right. I don't want that. I guess it's Gaussian blur for the win.
we can find this
6, 7. You start at 8. Well, you got 5 hours, less than 5 hours. You got online school. Okay. Your public school. Everybody's got school. Let me try something. Distort.
Man. Alright, good old sketch underway. Like a blocked them away. Recap letter, put your back, put guests in your basement in a good way and lock them away so they can just enjoy their time together. Sure, cool. Honestly, I feel like this needs to be a little bit longer. So I'm gonna erase away this section here.
Okay, I think we're okay. I think
So
we're
we're
okay
gonna
with
extend it
that.
out just a little bit. So
I think we can get away with that.
that looks like it makes more sense, right? All right, very cool. Now let's
Not
go
to you,
with
it doesn't sound like an anime
the
name.
every
Okay.
scene. Yes, people can see that. Let me
Excuse guys. Excuse me, guys.
move this chat up so that people can see what's going on with this piece right here. Now let's go with the color part of this.
Oh no, my pencil is dying. I need to recharge it. Oh man. Alright guys, it'll probably be about 5-10 minutes for that to charge. So I'm gonna sit back and chillax.
Change your eye to see, not interpret.
Oh, I should probably fix my laundry.
Which, depending on your goals, that could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Get my laundry going.
Because what can happen if you're trying to learn how to draw, that's a problem. Again, all depends on your goals, right? But if you're trying to learn how to draw, one of the challenges is having a preconceived notion of what something should look like.
Yep, we'll just be hanging out till the pencil recharges. Probably probably somewhere between 5 minutes and 7 minutes.
Can cause you to like draw things in a way that's actually not what you're seeing, because you think something has to look a certain way, therefore you draw what you're seeing that way, but it's actually not accurate.
Be careful, guys. Don't get too personal. Unless you want to, but don't out yourself too much. It looks like you scared piano guy. You're asking him too many questions.
And here is coming on.
He scared him
You have
away.
to look at your art.
He probably has to be careful
Can you
because
explain that a little
he
bit
doesn't
more?
want to get caught on the
I don't
phone.
quite know what you mean about looking at your art like a peasant.
Oh yeah,
What does that
piano
mean?
guy said he was 9 the other day. And I was like,
How does a peasant look
dang,
at art?
that's pretty young. I don't even remember being 9 years old.
The only time I use the word peasant is when I'm quoting Vincent van Gogh, because he actually like spent a lot of time painting people that were peasants. But that's the only time I can use that word. Mostly,
Does he have a phone?
I find it funny that
Didn't you say you borrowed it from your dad?
how do peasants look at art? I don't know.
I think he said he borrowed it from his dad.
Funniest thing you said. The funniest thing you said. Bonator.
You won't believe me, but I won a contest and they gave you over 500, and my parents said, yeah. I mean, I believe you. People are winning money all the time. That's cool that they got you a phone. They're like this will save them having to spend money to buy you a phone. They're like, well, he won the money. He can buy himself his own phone.
Wish you understood comedy flu. What's good? Wish you understood the last time you tried to speak with me. Oh, what's up, comedy flu? Yeah, hey, feel free to clarify. So now I know what you're talking about. You said that you wanted to about that painting that we had, right?
Yeah, she's sick of you using her. Yeah, you know, it's tough. It's probably good you got that money, and then you can get your own phone.
That's cool.
Can you call who what? Art boss? Are you talking to me, Raisa? I mean, you can call me whatever you want if you're talking to me. But my channel name is Omizu. You can call me Omizu. My channel name. I'm a Mister, not a Mrs. That's okay. You can call me Mrs. Mr., Mrs., son, daughter, whatever. I'm pretty chill. Some people might say too chill.
Always the common wisdom that we are always our own worst critic.
I can call you Naruto. All right, Naruto. Oh, your phone died?
That will never change because we're all human beings. But as individuals, of course, we can do those changes. We can make improvements upon our own life. But as human beings, it is a natural tendency. So, don't be too hard on yourself for being hard on yourself. But
Piano guy is Sakura. You're Naruto. Piano guy is Sakura. Am I Sasuke? Do I get to be Sasuke? Wait. Do I get the Sharingan? Do I get the Sharingan? I don't like his weird power though. He's got a big hand on his back. What's up with the big hand on his back?
if you don't have, an active mentor or teacher or someone, having feedback is incredibly helpful. But Comedy Flu, looks like you came in here, and I see your message.
I get the ring.
Your message is valued. I know you're probably annoyed at the last
What kind of dessert are you gonna get, piano guy? Get some ice cream or pie?
It's all good.
Oh, you're a ring fan. All right. It's been a while since I've seen The Ring. If that's what you're talking about, the movie, The Ring. All right, piano guy. You have a good day. Enjoy your dessert.
Yeah, I totally wasn't clear on what you were saying.
Cookie and ice cream. Ooh, that sounds really good. Oh, you're talking about the Sharingan? The ring fine. All right. Thanks for hanging out with us, piano guy. I'm sure I'll catch you again sometime. We appreciate you dropping through, hanging out with us. No, the purple one? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Is that what they call it? The by Sakura.
Alright, here we go. So we're gonna go in nice and dark. Let's start with our 6B pencil here.
Ooh. Oh, we're not too far off from being fully charged. That's pretty quick. So yeah, probably about 5 minutes.
Alright. And
Man, I've spent 11 hours and 22 minutes
over.
being creative. 5 hours and 1 minute using social media, and 18 hours and 9 minutes entertaining. That's I don't know what that means. Oh, on entertainment, probably like video games. But it's been a while since I've done any gaming on my iPad.
Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Tommy, but it seems like you're not. So
Yeah, who's Kruma? Is that a character in Baruto? It's been a while since I've watched all the Naruto. So forgive me if I forget some of the names.
A dark shadow here.
Oh, Kruma is the nine-tailed fox. Okay. I didn't know it had a name. I did not know it had a name. Oh, he dies? So does that mean Naruto dies too? Or is he set free from the nine-tail? And that's told in the Boruto? I'm assuming because he's still alive in Boruto. At least in the beginning.
So I hope everybody's doing well with their New Year's resolutions. They say that New Year's resolutions are pretty much, if you can last past February, you're doing pretty well.
So he loses the powers of the nine-tail?
If you can last into March, if you can last until like the second week of March, you're pretty much gonna be doing consistent.
Oh, he's weak as hell.
It takes 90 days, so if you get through March,
is it still an ongoing show, or is it finished?
this part of February, you've already beaten out the rest of people who set New Year's resolutions. How amazing!
Yeah, it's still going.
So I hope.
Okay.
You probably are.
Yeah, like I said, it's been.
You know? This isn't a.
When I was. Oh man, I was probably watching Boruto. Maybe 2019 was when I last watched. 2019 or 2020. It was like right during the pandemic. I think I stopped watching.
to not just do art maybe, but also find inspiration for other things. And if you're here, you're probably
I'm assuming
the
I'll have to watch it, but I'm assuming did the Nine Tails sacrifice himself
with
to save Naruto?
a dark outline right here. Yes, if you reach this point of the year,
They always seemed at odds with one another.
Your the goals you set for the New Year resolution are doing very well.
So Sakura could come back.
I hope that all of you are able to continue.
Oh, Sukaru. Which character is Sakaru?
Turn whatever your New Year's resolution was into a full-on habit. And how do you let's just use gymming as an example.
Oh, Sakura.
Gym as an example of building
Piano guy.
fitness habit. What does a habit actually feel like?
Piano guy, pink guy, Sakura.
And most of us talk about habits like things that
Well,
we can't not.
That's crazy that our
I used to
pencil
have
charged that
habits like my nails.
fast.
I don't bite my nails anymore, but I used to. And it's just like this
It's
compulsive.
charged enough.
It's just like this thing that you feel compelled to do. There's some part of you that just can't not do it. And I can totally relate to that.
So now we're starting on the dog.
What that feeling's like. So what does it feel like to have the habit?
What we need, we got a new layer.
I'm in a habit of being in the gym. I how I would describe it.
Was it this color?
Constantly feels like it needs to be working out. Constantly needs to feel like it's moving. Sitting.
These two colors are the same, I guess. Okay, so what I needed to do was fill in these paw areas.
I think it's important to know what a habit feels like, because they say if you do something for 90 days.
You lose the purple eye.
More importantly,
I lose the Sharingan, huh?
it takes 90 days to
Man, I'm gonna have to watch it now.
start a new habit.
Seems pretty bleak.
Whatever the positive version of that is.
Yep. Haven't kept up on the adventures of the Leaf Village.
Exercise, fitness, these types of things. What does it feel like to have a good, positive exercise habit?
I don't even know if I finished
Noticeable.
Naruto.
It is noticeable.
I can't remember if I made it all the way through Shippuden.
Similar to
Shippuden.
similar to
Shippuden.
the whole idea of fitness, art as well. Feeling that daily desire to draw, paint, or whatever it is, whatever. It doesn't have to be drawing.
Did I see the war? Because of Naruto's, you get stabbed because of Naruto's son. I don't think I got that far. I think I might be possibly second season. Possibly. Or way deep into the first season. Yeah, I haven't gotten too far into it. I was watching it because it was still like, I was watching it when it was still like, you'd have to wait for the next episode, a week for the next episode. So after a while, it's like I was watching all kinds of other stuff and I would just forget to watch it. Shippuden. It's Ahipuden, not Shippuden. It's better than One Piece. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's one I prefer more of the other. They both have pretty good stories.
Keep this shading going
Are you a fan of Full Metal Alchemist? What happened? What happened?
Let's keep this baby going. Get the shading all the way across.
You could hear me or you couldn't hear me? I was just asking if you were a fan of Full Metal Alchemist.
Maybe I just have to go this side of the front here.
You couldn't hear me? Did my stream just stop?
Get lighter.
You,
Start to go into here. Figure out some.
or am I not enunciating? Is that what you mean? I'm not speaking into the microphone? You know, Full Metal Alchemist.
You hope what?
Oh, what is it? The Alric brothers? The Alric? I can't remember their last name. Oh, your walk
Do I
pass.
make money off of YouTube? Yes.
I see.
Yes, I do.
You don't want to get into trouble. I get it.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you know what? I'm putting some eyelashes on here. That was pretty thick.
One way you could tell
You went back to sleep.
is you can easily subscribe to my channel. You can subscribe. You get a couple.
I mean, if it's like what, almost 4 o'clock in the morning,
Channel. Not just follow, but not just subscribe, but like actually do a paid
I could see your dad being pretty upset that you stayed up late.
You know, you help support a user supported a viewer supported channel. But yeah, you can help support this channel by becoming a paid subscriber, a monthly.
Oh, wait a second. What's going on here? I did not want to do that.
And that is one way.
Not on that
A
layer.
little bit of income, not a lot.
Okay, it's supposed to be on this layer.
People that pay for
It's all fun. It's all fun and games until you get caught. Till you get caught, and then your phone gets taken away.
Goes a long way. A little goes a long way, and you can get a nice little badge like the Omizu has that features some of my artwork. And it's just the way to show your love
Are you about to take off?
for whatever
Get some sleep.
And then some other things I do. I'm just happy to share,
Oh, it's your phone. It's not your phone. Yeah, your dad's looking for his phone.
is another way you can make income if you don't have a monetized channel. So my YouTube's actually monetized.
Your dad's looking for his phone.
Monetized YouTube that the regular person
You gotta go put it back.
first time or streamers don't get is I can do stuff like, offer subscriptions, etc. But it's also something that you can do is you could live stream and you could pin a message. And with that
You're
message,
going to sleep tonight, like the next night. You're staying up the whole day, and you'll sleep tomorrow night. Oh, it's your mom's old phone.
Walmart has it. If they don't offer
So,
pretty much every major company,
if you win $500,
shop that offers
you could get your own phone, right?
where you could become one of the associates. and
Like
get
piano
paid
guy,
by
he won
sales.
$500.
Smaller companies
I wonder what he did to get $500.
most of them do.
What kind of contest do you have to win? Okay, I need to fix the nose.
You can just pin the message like this. That's what we
Uh-oh.
do. Do I make money off ads? Yes.
What's going on here?
Yes, when your YouTube channel's monetized, you make money off ads. So Bowenator, where are these questions coming from? What's the goal with the answer to these questions? What's your goal? Are you trying to become a streamer? Are you
Phones aren't $500. It's rands.
what is
That's the currency is rands. How many rands for a phone? Or rands? Rands or
trying to
rands?
find ways to monetize your channels? What
Is it- It's 600 rands.
do you really want to know? Right?
So do you guys have Apple phones, or
What is
what
the-
kind of
what are you
brand
really
phones
trying
do you
to
guys
figure out
have?
here? That's not tied to me. But
I'm sure
what
Apple
is
is
it you
everywhere.
want to do with these questions?
Oh, you can buy a new phone? Did you already have a phone? Okay, I think I might have this
Just
nose.
wondering? Okay, that's cool. So, like, your questions sound like there's a purpose to them. Like, you don't have to be shy if you want to be a YouTuber. But you have to be, specific about your questions.
You can buy the new iPhone,
Be specific.
but your dad said he will sell it for half the price.
Surely you're curious for a reason because
Why would you want to sell a new iPhone?
who spends as much time
Or
as you on
he would
YouTube
sell his
learning
phone.
something from YouTube? And you could pretty
Yeah,
much
the same
almost
brands.
guarantee
Okay.
that is the goal.
I figured like a lot of the phone brands are worldwide.
My question to you is, what is your goal with these questions? Like, what are you, and I'm asking because I actually want to help answer questions that you might have. But you gotta get specific about what you're looking for, what you want.
Okay, we got that nose sticking out there. We got the eyelashes in there.
Start a YouTube channel.
We will do the detail on the nose.
That doesn't help you.
So I got about 13 minutes before I go and throw some stuff in the oven, but I will be back to continue because it'll take a little while for the stuff to cook.
That's why I want to answer this question for you. If you have any serious questions.
He does want you to have a phone. Is that Nine Tails? Nope, it's almost no tail. This is Stella, the little red puppy. Stella's the main character in our book, and she is receiving a brand new bow for her hair. And she's happy. She's happy she's getting this brand new bow. Yep, she's got a little tiny tail. It's like almost no tail. There we go. So these are all the ones I already finished. Here's Stella. Stella's waking up in the morning. She's about to have breakfast. She's about to get some breakfast. That's Stella.
Here we go.
Here she is. Here she is with her brothers, her cat brothers. You got Leroy, and that's Harry. And this is Farmer Tom and Farmer Tom's dog. Farmer Tom, he runs the farm where Leroy and Harry came from. And then this is Stella, and she's dreaming. Stella's dreaming about her mom running through the field because she's wondering where she came from. So this is the farm where Stella came from, and that's her mom. Oh, when I go, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And then here's Stella getting into trouble. She's getting into stuff in the closet.
Still have it.
She's got powder all over her from the spilled powders.
Okay, I mean, again, like it's totally fine.
And then she gets trapped in a cabinet.
Wonder if there's more to, I
And
believe.
she's making a mess in the cabinet. She got trapped in the
I
cabinet.
also feel like there's a possibility
So that's Stella trapped in the cabinet.
that you're.
And then this is Stella when she gets freed from the cabinet.
And if I can help you in that way.
And that's
help you in some way,
that's Alexis, her owner.
yeah, if you want to help support my channel,
She heard
you can go
Stella
ahead and
whimpering
subscribe.
and found her in the cabinet.
Let's see.
Now here's Stella and her brothers are trying to get into another cabinet. The cabinet under their TV. She's trying to clean powder off her. And then they're looking for this picture book with the picture of Stella's mom. And this is when they find the picture book and the picture. So Stella's celebrating that she found the picture of her mom. And then this is them trying to put the picture book back into the cabinet. So somehow Stella's got herself lodged in the cabinet there. And then this is Stella showing James the picture of her mom. And then, hey, what's up, Emmett? You taking a break to come hang out with me? Kitten's so cute, bringing cats and dogs together. Hell yeah. And then this is the one I'm currently working on, where Stella gets cleaned up and she gets a brand new bow because she's going to meet her mom. And then here's Stella and her mom coming together. They're running towards each other. And then this is Stella and her parents, her owners, having the big talk with her. And then this is Stella and her mom up on a hill enjoying their time together before they go their own ways. And then this last page, this is all of them together. Alexis, James, Leroy, Stella, her mom, and Harry. I can't remember her mom's name. Oh well. I can't copy and paste.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, well, they're in different poses. Some of these are kind of, whoops.
You can tap that, and then you can either sign up for a membership, a gift membership, or a super chat. And you can
Yeah, I like to draw. I mean, when I come up with the scenes, I don't try to make the same stuff, so I'm not trying to copy and
so you
paste.
can see how it works. If you are looking at stuff, check. It's good to know the avenues
Yeah, you
that
made it
people
to 4,
look
4 in the morning. It's almost
right?
daytime. It's almost,
Anybody who wants to
you reached it, 4. Have you ever stayed up this late
find
or
alternative
early?
to
I remember one time we stayed up all night playing Super Mario Brothers when it first came out. All right, so we are going to do, that was the run through of the book. We are going to do, I still got 6 minutes before I have to put stuff in the oven. Excuse me. We are going to do the flex or flicks.
all right, so what was I doing this? And
Flick-a-dick-a-doo. You, you, you stayed awake for 2 days one time? I may have done that before. Definitely tired after that. I remember I had a painting project where I was coming down to the deadline, and I was getting like 2 hours of sleep, 2 to 3 hours of sleep, if that. You got 2 more hours? 2 more hours before you have to be up?
okay, so
Well, hopefully you can stay awake for your classes.
some of our shapes or shadows up a little bit. Oh yeah, here we go. We gotta bring back. Gotta add in some of these toenails here.
Well, you know yourself, so I really don't like doing that if I don't have to. That was a rough project where I was getting very little sleep to finish. Your brother and sister have to go into school where you do online school. That's pretty nice. All right, so I need to do the dog's nostril. Get ready. Mike, what are we getting ready for? Oh, to put my food in the oven? Yep, still have 3 minutes. I still have 3 minutes. I'm keeping my eye on the clock, but I appreciate you helping out.
Not just in our channel, but I think a lot about the streaming. There's a craft of streaming as well. There is a
Yeah, I'm gonna put some pot stickers on and some chicken nuggets, some breaded chicken, because my wife wanted to do something real simple.
simply because it's a way to really document your journey, to really document.
Okay, so we got that layer. Now we can go We're gonna brighten it up even more with some white.
I can start to do more streams.
You can come back at 8. Well, I don't know if I'll be on at that time. Are you talking about 8 your time or 8 my time? 'Cause if it's 8 your time, I'll probably be sleeping. Because 8 a.m. your time, which is if it's 4 o'clock there, that's another 4 hours. Yeah, it'll be like midnight. So when it's 8 a.m. for you, it'll be midnight for me. So I'll probably be in bed. I'll probably be sleeping. I probably have been sleeping for 2 hours. Yeah, in 4 hours I'll be sleeping. So I have to get up. So I have to get up in 9 hours, 9.5 hours to go to work or get ready to go to work. I don't even know I have my earbud in. I'm not even listening to anything. Yeah, that's the thing with time zones. We're all on our own clocks, biological clocks. Depending on the area of the world we live. Because the pesky sun.
It's actually a cool effect. When you have like a eraser that...
Okay, I think I got Stella's nose done. Oh yeah, you know what I forgot? I forgot to put the highlight color. Got to put the highlight color. Hang on. Whoop, that's way too big. All right. All right, Raisa. I mean Naruto. You can only stay for a few. Well, too bad, piano guy. I'm about to go put some stuff in the oven. So I might not be. Welcome to Earth Differences. Yep. All right, guys. If you're still here when I get back in about 5 minutes, cool. If not, you guys have a good night. Or you can hang out with one another.
Just add a little bit of shadow into that. Dropping some of the shadow there. Some shadows there. All right. Let's see. Are we good with this? The shading on the cut, the little tail, should be a bit darker, and then we can call it a You know what? I would like to shape out this area a little bit, just round it out, and soften the edge, make it not such a hard edge. We're just going to go back into this. There's a little bit of a hard edge. And here we go. All right, cool. So how does this, let me figure out how I can make this look more shadow-like. It's actually pretty good. I like it. I like it. Okay. And actually, let's erase away some of this. It's going to be a little bit thinner. A little bit of curvature here. Do this a little bit more. Add in a lighter shade into here. Are you making abstract art, Santino DeVito? Would you consider this abstract? I don't know. I mean, what do you feel this looks like? What does this mean to you? What does this piece actually suggest for you? All right, so here we go. We're on to our next part. On to our next section now. Excuse me. All right, let's do this little leg. We're moving on to some more exciting things now here. So quickly moving past just little body parts into full bodies, full heads. That's going to be the exciting part. I mean, it's all exciting, but you know, each one of these takes at least like an hour. So now that we're moving on to something different, you know, it's exciting. It's fun to be onto something different, something new, something fresh. Yeah, the question to you, Santino, is what does this work actually mean for you? Does it make you feel anything? If it makes you feel nothing, then that's cool. That also kind of means that maybe I've failed. It makes you feel nothing. If you don't feel annoyed, if you don't feel inspired, if you feel bored, oh, the worst diss you can give an artist is to say you feel bored. Their art. I really want to know how to make an artist feel insecure about their artwork. Why am I teaching these things? What? What? What are you talking about? All right. Here we go. Let's go.
Low? Alright. Hey guys, sorry the thing went off. We need some more hand soap in the bathroom. I need more hand soap. I gotta find it. Where is this hand soap? Hand soap. Oh, we got plenty of hand soap right here. Got Christmas hand soap. All right. You guys are still here, huh? You bet piano guy. You guys playing cards? You're using your mom's account. What are you guys playing? going on with the washer? All right, guys. Don't get into trouble now.
It's a beautiful lake. Wonderful. Fantastic, beautiful lake.
Thanks, guys, for the emotes. Hey, we got the highlight on the paw. Oops. We almost need to do it like this. All right, then we need my live stream is fun because it's calm and you like to chat with other people from chat. Yeah, I mean, before I used to put some music on, but then I was getting copyright struck for using copyrighted music, so now I just stream ASMR, I guess. Your highlight of 2025 is this, but it's only the beginning of the year. You still got a whole year. Wait till the end of the year before you can say this is the highlight. You could say it's one of the highlights. You still have plenty of time for more highlights. Speaking of highlights, I'm going to put a highlight in this eye. I'm going to put a light reflection. Stella's eye. Yeah. You're still back in 2024.
These legs a little bit too thick, but I've learned my lesson. And we are making a nice thinner leg here. We can make them a little bit thicker than they're supposed to be. So I'm going for something a little thinner. Ideal would be to just make it just right, perfect, but that's not necessarily what we need to do exactly.
You just say F you to people who copyright. Yeah, but like when I go to monetize, they'll hit my channel. They'll say you have all this content that has copyright strikes to it. We're not sure if we want to monetize you. So you got to be careful in that sense. I can say that to them. And then they can come back with, yeah, we're not going to monetize you. And I'll be like, oh man, is there a probational period? Can I eventually get monetized? Just be glad it's not monetized. You guys don't have to watch commercials every 3 minutes. Actually, I don't know if they play commercials during live streams. You guys made a bet? Do I want to know what this bet is about? Are you guys betting to see how long my channel lasts? Before they take my channel away from me? Like, sorry, bruh, you can't You can't live stream anymore.
Let's go invade Omizu's channel.
Uh-oh.
We'll go invade Omizu's channel.
We're gonna have somebody join our channel.
Let's see who else.
He's trying to steal you guys away from me. To see who can last 2 more hours. Ah. Yeah, but if I go to bed, how will you guys know how long you'll be up for? Oh, here's Emmett. Emmett came back. Too bad we don't have a raid function.
So Omizu Paintz got a good channel going on. Got a nice
Yeah, I got my chat going, bro.
going on.
Chatting with some people. Yeah, raid function for sure. I'd have to switch over to Twitch.
Here, Omizu_Paintz, everybody. Yeah. YouTube, there's so much potential for YouTube.
Hey, Bowinator wants to collab with you.
Just make it massive. There you go.
Just don't. So basically, I leave my live stream going, so you guys can figure out who wins the bet. Is that how this works?
Look at the detail.
Don't you guys have like social media or something? You can friend each other on social media. Yeah, see, you guys got social media. You can friend each other. And you can keep your bet going. And then when I come back and stream, you can always come back and hang out and chat.
What's up, Bowinator? What's my favorite art quote? That's a good question, man. What's my favorite art quote?
Oh, you don't have social media?
Never make a boring painting. That's one of my favorite.
Are you guys not allowed to have social media where you're at? Oh no, don't go to sleep.
Never make a boring painting.
Will I be going live tomorrow? Not sure, because for the next 3 days, since I had 3 days off in a row, the next 3 days I work 12-hour shifts, but leave live on. Race, I don't know about that. Go to bed and leave live on. I think eventually something would give out and it would stop the stream if I left it. But I don't know, who knows? That would be crazy to wake up and it's still streaming, and then if I post it and somebody's watching it and they're like, how come you got 5 hours of nothing going on other than 2 people in chat?
What a classic figure. Honestly, I don't even know who said never make a boring painting. I have no clue who said that. I just saw it.
You know what you can do
Instagram video one day.
to keep the bet going?
Stuck with me.
Well, I guess you could post in the comments what time you go to bed on this video.
Rio da Vinci. Mr. Da
I don't know if I want to do the longest live. I'm not Mr. Beast.
I went to an
I'm not a
Italian restaurant
beast.
where everybody there
Oh,
had
shoot.
an Italian accent.
Um,
If it was like a
do you guys remember what time I got back?
that you had to have a really nice.
Has it been like 5 minutes?
Are we allowed to talk about that?
Is it more than 5 minutes? No, I didn't get back right now.
Is that a cancelable question? I don't know. I mean, it was a great restaurant, and I'm not like saying anything about the accent. The accents are like a really wonderful touch to the experience of eating at this restaurant. But it just made me wonder if it was like, you know, maybe
8:15.
super authentic.
Okay, you think it might have been 10 minutes
You know, like imagine if that was part of like
so far?
to work at a restaurant. Is
Let me see.
how good of an accent can you do?
So I came back. I can put. Here we go. I can put timestamps on. All right. When did I come back? I think I came back around here. Yeah, so you're right. About 8:15. I forgot I set a timer and I didn't remember what time I came in at. So I think I got about 15 more minutes before I have to go check on the food. Let me set a timer. Thank goodness for technology.
You went to a pizza place, never used a fake Italian accent, they kick you out.
Because I had set it for 25 minutes. And oh, what layers? Oh, we do have layers. Okay. I need a new layer, and I need my reddish color. And so we need to go around. Got our soft brush.
I've been shading this at an angle, but it needs to be following the shape of this leg.
Nope. We need this color. Oh, what happened there? That was weird. Okay. Oh, is the sun already coming up for you?
And here we go. So,
That's pretty
you
neat.
like Italian food, Burnett-Hanssen? It's probably one of the best Italian restaurants I've ever been to. Actually, no, one of the best Italian restaurants I've ever went to.
Yeah, sunrises are cool if you get a chance to see them. Sometimes I get to see a sunrise. Usually the days I end up working because I got to get up early. Sometimes I'll see it. Uh-oh. Are you going to sleep, Raisa? Piano Kai, he won the bet. What did you guys end up betting? You know, isn't it illegal for minors to gamble?
He had an Italian accent. I think why it was felt so different to me.
You know what's funny? When I set these videos, it asks me, is this video for kids? And I say no. Wait, piano guy needs to go or you need to go? Oh, you bet nothing? All right, you just bet for bragging rights? You bet for bragging rights. Piano guy is going to try and stay up all night. That I wish you good luck in that, piano guy.
Alright, so we will wrap up our stream tonight in about 15, 20 minutes or so.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Raisa did just pull an all-nighter if he's seeing the sun. Wait, doesn't that mean? Oh, I guess yeah. Piano guy, it's not morning for you yet. But Raisa did pull an all-nighter before piano guy.
That's one good thing about this Lisa, though.
So doesn't that mean the first one to the finish line wins? The first one to the finish line wins. So since Raisa was the first to stay up all night, I don't know what kind of rules did you guys set before you made the bet? Sorry, piano guy, you lost on a technicality. Sorry, I hope you come back. I didn't mean to ruin that for you. There were no rules. Okay, so nobody won. Basically, no rules, no one won. You didn't win on a technicality, Raisa. You could say you lost on a technicality. You should be the bigger person and give it to the young guy.
Here we go. We're gonna race away.
Like, piano guy is like your little bro, man. Is that what you do to your little brother? Like you pull the rug from right out from underneath them? Go sleep, piano guy. I guess older brothers do haze the younger brothers. Oh, there goes my laundry. Banging away. How much time do we got? 10 more minutes? Less than 10 minutes? Does that mean you're going to sleep then? Oh yeah, no, you got school, don't you? By the way, my name is Uwais. Why does you? Oh, is Raisa Omar? Is that because it's your dad's phone or your mom's phone? Uwais. Uwais or Uwais? The piano guy is your younger brother. Hey, piano guy, do you know, did you say you watched anime?
So, Bonaire, you got any creative projects coming up? What's your next painting gonna be? You got plans? Let's make some plans, man.
You do watch anime?
Set some of those, get that creative muscle going.
You know of the anime Full Metal Jacket? Or have you seen the Full Metal Jacket? Or not Full Metal Jacket? Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Jacket. That's not an anime. That's a movie. Full Metal Alchemist.
More creative, more inspired, and ready to do something creative. Most people just want to
You guys are like the Alric brothers, Alphonse and what was the older brother's name? Shoot, I forgot. It's been a while since I watched it. I almost want to go back and watch it again. Al and jeez, what was his name? Alphonse and you don't know Full Metal Alchemist, the anime, the Alric brothers. Yeah, the two brothers. Well, Uwais, I don't know if you're still here in the chat, but have a good morning. Enjoy your day. Oh, you're not familiar with it? Oh, okay. That was a pretty popular one. Yeah, you may have been too young for that one. That came out a while ago. But I mean, even One Piece is pretty old. I think it started in the One Piece started like in the late 90s. I mean, if you're only 9, yeah, One Piece has a good 17 years on you. I think it was 1997 maybe when it started. All right, I think I got most. No, I didn't get all the lines. Well, I don't think I answered the question about if I'll be streaming tomorrow. There is a possibility, but if I do stream tomorrow, it will be probably a 9 p.m. stream. Possibly 9 p.m. 9 p.m. or 9:30. So it'll be yeah, I think he left. I think he had to go take care of something. And his name is Uwais. I think Riesa Omar is Hey, Full of Rain, how are you doing? I think Riesa Omar might be his dad's or his mom's phone. Because I thought Riesa sounded like a female's name. Yeah, 9:30 p.m. Because I get off work at 7 p.m. And then my wife and I will probably I'll get home, make some food, take care of all the business with the animals and stuff. So I probably wouldn't start until like 9 or 9:30. Oh, our alarm's going off. I set my timer a little too late. All right, guys, I gotta go check on this. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I got 9 minutes because the stuff wasn't quite done. Wasn't quite done. So I set the alarm. So in 9 minutes, I will be ending the stream for tonight because I don't think I'll be able to come back. But
Twice a day, although I've only been doing it once. But twice a day.
yeah, I will see maybe tomorrow night. So the next 3 days, yeah, that would be my schedule.
So if you have the goal
Would be around 9:30.
house, you would write
Sounds like a nice evening.
your goal would be to
Yeah, how's your evening going, Full of Rain? I'm assuming it's a little later for you.
So if your goal is to have a house, you would write, I have a house instead of my goal is to have a house. And it's not for everybody. Some people will be like, what's that supposed to
Yeah,
do?
so you're about an hour difference.
Like writing goals if I have them. What am I supposed to lie to myself? So if you can't get over that skepticism, then the goals just go
You can see the art is the longest thing ever. Yeah, it takes a long time sometimes to produce stuff. Not everybody gets to see that side. Most of the time, you just get to see the product, the end product.
Ultimately is that, if you put your mindset into the state of having what you want,
But, a little glimpse into the world of art making if you don't do it yourself.
thinking your brain to figure out what it is that you need to do to be that person that has those things.
Overall, everything has been spectacular. That's good.
Goal setting process, not for everybody, but I would swear by it. It's been very helpful.
Did you end up making more cats?
And anything that
A day of cat making.
finds a good positive success.
Adding to the cluster. I don't know what they call a group of cats.
Did I take a photo of the last one? I don't think I took a photo.
But our friend Emmett is probably going to be ending his stream soon. So I won't have anybody to listen to.
I did not get a photo of our last project here. Let's get a photo.
guess we will go until we can go no longer.
I like this calf way more than my other calves.
No, you didn't have time today, but you'll see about tomorrow.
Calves are a little bit too.
It's okay. We make time for
Race
art making when we can. Sometimes you need to take a break. Sometimes you got priorities. And art making takes a back seat. Unless art making is literally your day job.
And let's use our dark pencil now. 6B lead.
Literally, yeah. Literally your day job.
Darker shade areas.
See, that is probably the proper use of the word literally. Yeah, if you make art literally for your day job.
And here we go. This section right here.
No, you spelled it right. I'm talking about the use of the word. A lot of people use literally in the wrong context. They literally use literally in the wrong context. But yeah. They don't usually use the word literally often, but I do say, used to say awesome a lot. Which is another word that can get annoying to say all the time when you hear it.
See how this is looking.
Or is annoying when you hear it all the time.
Angle's a little bit too. That's a little better.
Flow. Flow is another word that seems to get used too often. Yeah, awesome. Unless you're using flow in a euphemistic way, like I'm gonna drop this flow. And people look at you different. What do you mean by that? People always look at me differently. They're like, we're not sure if he's Mexican or Mexican. And then I'm like, you're wrong in both those areas. Yeah, are you doing okay? Are you literally doing okay? Or are you just saying that the automatic response is okay? I could say I'm doing okay. I'm not doing bad. you respond with "you're perfect," and then that's when they look at you differently. I mean, it's an unusual response, but I mean, it's not a wrong response.
I'm gonna erase this line.
Like they want you to change your bean or something. Like literally change your bean. Sorry, man, I can't do that. I can't change who I am. So deal with it. Oh, there goes the timer. All right, guys. That's it. I don't know if Piano Guy is still here, but you take care, Piano Guy. Get some rest. I know you're up late. And thanks, Full of Rain, for dropping in for the last little bit. And Uwais. I'm still not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, but AKA Raisa Omar. I think that was his mom's phone. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. Appreciate the emotes. This is what we got today. I didn't quite get to finish the dog, but we got her done. So tomorrow I'll finish the dog and then move on to the next spread. And if I can, I will stream tomorrow night at 9:30. Yeah, looking pretty good. Not too bad. She got one of her feet might be bigger than the other, so I might have to look into that, but we'll see. But anyways, have a good night, Full of Rain, and I will catch y'all again soon in a stream near you. And until next time, bye for now.